news. Mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In a world driven by numbers, decisions shape destinies. Every investment tells a story. Every policy shifts the future. Every market move creates opportunity. At SOUQ News Television and the Hour 95.9 FM, we decode the markets, analyze the numbers, and track the forces shaping Africa's growth.
From boardrooms to capital floors, from policy reforms to capital flows, we follow the money and the momentum. Because progress isn't accidental, it is built, measured, reported. SOUQ News Television, where business leads, economies evolve, where development begins.
Rest isn't laziness, it's your body's reset button. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Today, let's discuss one of the most underrated health boosters, sleep. You can eat right and exercise daily, but without good sleep, your body never truly recovers. Number 1, sleep is cellular repair. During deep sleep, your body heals, builds muscles, and restores energy. It's also when your brain clears out toxins and strengthens memory. 2, stick to a schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, even on weekends. Your body thrives on rhythm. 3, create a sleep sanctuary. Dim lights, cool temperature, and 0 screens before bed. Your bedroom should tell your body it's time to rest. 4, avoid late caffeine and heavy meals. They interfere with deep sleep stages. Opt for herbal tea or light snacks instead. In summary, sleep isn't optional, it's essential medicine. Protect it like you would any prescription. I'm Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Sleep well, your body's counting on it.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
the bank was totally gone. So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, you don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent, strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Vengo de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout every day. I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the backyard. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: Japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Daron Acemoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developing other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erawa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the Upper Benin won't even shake your hands, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah. King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this kindred of Opobo, they told them about kindred of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-granddaughter. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have, or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty, and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection. And I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. That J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give flask? End of year give so. So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Nadia. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags. And we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags. And that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull. Like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes, and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I gave them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could say that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look at me like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes, actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel. Please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there. When the Alfadi does this, they once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something to do. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage. And that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, it's worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity to, what's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes. a kind of mentor.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
When most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies, fear is the first response, anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
ICPC is the police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we mean by ICPC is that we police MDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is a known fact that one person cannot serve an attention and start well. For crime or for corruption to be consummated by the public officer, most of the time you find people from the outside, they contact us. They are not public officers, they are not true. I'm aware on the same page. So essentially, the ICPC is the police of public agencies. What is really corruption? That's one attempt. Otherwise, just go ahead. And what they want, which one we prefer? Okay, let me go ahead. That complex term, corruption, has been seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Corruption actually refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative or proxy, which may not necessarily be financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse that position of public trust for your own gain and for others is corruption. So, what I'm saying here is that if we have that at the back of our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies, what about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for purposes of specialization, economic and financial crime.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The Commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
I was able to address some areas of concerns and also improve our knowledge on things that we actually don't take cognizance of. More importantly, in some situations, the officers or the executive or the head may not necessarily committed any offense. But from your statement today, I would deduct that keeping good record is also as important as not being corrupt. And so this is also things I want some of my colleagues and myself to also learn from. ICPC or EFCC, we know the day when we are getting transaction with the document we're going to send to them. And so it becomes an important aspect of our work. Hope this will also improve our practice. So thank you. Your statement today has contributed a lot. And we don't have any ICPC. ICPC is our friend. And I'm sure we'll keep the channel hold.
Speaking with SOUQ News TV, the Commissioner reiterated the need for ongoing partnership across key sectors to foster greater understanding of the Commission's work and improve public trust. He expressed optimism that in a few years, ICPC would achieve significant milestones in building a more accountable nation.
It's a tradition in ICPC for us to go to strategic stakeholders. We go to the place to tell them what to preach the anti-graft crusade. So at the end of the day, we have a better nation. Because on the stand of insight, it's been discovered that Nigerians, the citizens, have suffered. There's a lot of apartheid indifference about the anti-graft crusade. So it's this conscious effort by the ICPC to now begin to, make people get a buy-in. We want to be part of the whole crusade. We go everywhere, especially government, that's the MDAs, so that we can galvanize support, so that we can educate the people on the ills of corruption. We're not there yet, but with the present board, the end is very near.
At the end of the session, the ICPC handed essential materials, including the ICPC Act, a handbook of frequently asked questions, and a guide on the consequences of unethical behavior to the director. A symbolic award was also presented as a sign of the ongoing cooperation. This visit forms part of ICPC's broader strategy to build institutional integrity and promote responsible service delivery across the public sector. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
First of all, be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizens.
promise. See something, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Hello, good morning, and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is SBL. Put a hashtag in front of it. It's SOUQ Business Landscape. We're reaching you live from the staples of SOUQ News Television here in Lagos and beaming to the world. Thank you very much for everyone that has been part of this production right from the Monday to today, which happens to be Friday, and beautiful, beautiful Salah Day celebration. So to all our Muslim friends, brothers, sisters, we wish you a very beautiful celebration, and we pray that this is that particular period where peace will reign. A lot of the bad news that is going around the globe will just cease, and we'll have some good breathing space and possible solutions going forward. Today, we will be talking about our president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu. He is in the UK right now, and he's been having some good bilateral meetings, and diplomatic missions are also meeting. So what exactly is coming out from there? We'll talk about it on the table today. Then if we move ahead of that, we are having major issues as it concerns jet fuel. And the world is crying and shouting that, hey, this issue is going way, way beyond what we talked about it. Then nations are also coming together and saying, they're warring partners, we need to keep the Strait of Hormone open. We'll get to know who and who is coming into it. We'll also get to talk about cocoa. Farmers are saying, let's come together and see what we can do on pricing. Because as of this time last year, we were selling at a better price. Several other stories will come up on the table, and we'll get to discuss it. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I'm pleased to tell you that I have the knight himself here. Olumide is here, and we'll do justice to the program today. Olumide, good morning.
Good morning, SOUQ. Good morning, and welcome to the Friday edition of SOUQ Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokaya. So glad to be here. Let's get talking.
Let's get talking. Are we expecting salami today?
Maybe from you.
Okay. Let's keep that in check. You never can tell. Now, let's tell you, Tinubu is holding high-level bilateral meetings with the United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Now, they are focusing on enhancing diplomatic and economic cooperations between the two nations. The Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, stated that the engagement will result in signing of multiple memoranda of understanding and agreements covering trade, investment, defense, and cultural collaborations. They talk underscore Nigeria's commitment to deepening ties with the UK, attracting foreign investment, and modernizing critical infrastructure to support sustainable economic growth and long-term development objectives. For those that have been seeing those nice pictures that came out from the, let's call it gala. That was a beautiful dinner. It was well put together. And a lot of talks have been working. Now let's talk about critical issues that are coming out from this particular presidential visit. It's been a long time we had a Nigerian president in the capacity of a Nigerian president visiting directly on behalf of the country, not on medical tourism, not on any kind of, but directly state visit. Over 30 years, 36 to be precise.
Quite a feat to achieve. Let me start by saying that the trade volume that United Kingdom has had with Nigeria is over $8.1 billion. This is quite huge. It includes goods and services. So what happens is UK exports to Nigeria about $5.7 billion pounds rather, beg your pardon. And of course, imports from UK is about 2 to 3 billion. So, which means that is if we're going to achieve that $1 trillion economy, we need to look into United Kingdom. China also has a large trade volume within Nigeria. So, and what this means is that it's going to boost our economy in terms of road, rail, infrastructure. I mean, it's trying to get more conglomerate companies to come into Nigeria, foreign direct investments to come into Nigeria, which will create jobs. It will expand the economy. It will bring more FX flows, more inflows. So it's a good strategic move coming from the president, and I must applaud him for taking that precise. I would not want to shake the table, like you said. You've already said it, that most predecessors have gone there for some other tourism and all that, but he went there for business. He went there strategically. And he didn't just go there, he went there with a team of experts. He went there with some entourage, governors and the rest of them, who are also negotiating, you know, trying to see how they can also, you know, negotiate and, you know, bring some good deals to Nigeria, which is quite interesting.
Good deals to Nigeria, and let's be specific, good deals to their respective states for those state governors that are there. And we want to see some very transparent report when they return. Definitely. This is where we went to. This is where we are heading to. This is what we are bringing. Now let's talk about what they are bringing. First on the list is there is this 746 million pounds port modernization deal. That is on the president's list, and that particular engagement is funded by the UK Export Finance and arranged by Citibank. They are looking forward to trying to refurbish 2 major ports, Tinkan being one of them, and also the Nigerian port complex also being one of that. We are looking at, okay, good. If we are seeing the port being the first point of call, it tells us a whole lot that we are going to see goods movement, whether it's in or out. You talked about our trade, that you looked at
1 billion pounds.
1 billion, but when you kind of split it, they got the higher volume of the monies, which means we are still having a deficit. Yes. How can we increase the 8.1 billion but be the ones to export more? This is where my mind is always going to. If we say, okay, our ports are going to be upgraded and refurbished, good and fine. Money is coming from there, beautiful. But now there's also a part to it. In part of that deal, the UK still is getting a contract of 70 million pounds. And they are sending 120 million tons of steel pellets to us for that particular project. That got me asking the question, why is Ajaokuta not working? So you just imagine how much we should have been making from some of these deals.
Yes, that money should be getting that amount of money.
Exactly.
Baby steps, I would say, baby steps. The first thing that I think, which is the right direction, is trying to fix our ports. Because once we fix our ports, there'll be a lot of trade. There'll be a lot of market activities going on there. And it's not just having market activities. We can have so many ships, we can have so many things coming into the country, which people have always complained about, that they go back empty. So how can we make sure that these ships do not go back empty? How can some of these ship owners come together, get a big insurance company that would secure their vessels and ensure that business moves yearly? Now, one of the things that I think we should also look for is to try to ensure that these insurance companies are domiciled in Nigeria, not foreign insurance companies. Because if it's foreign insurance company, the money is it's capital flight. So we have to look at that. But the major thing is, and I think why they are looking at port is because we are trying to increase non-oil revenues. And the way to go is to make sure that our ports are working. I know we had one particular port around Niger that was commissioned. We need to also look into that, because you can't build one particular thing, leave it, and move to the other one. You have to make sure that one you first built is successful before you move to another project. Otherwise, you will keep repeating this failure. So that's one of the things I think we need to also look at. Good and fine, port. So how do we get goods to that particular port? Like you said,
which of the port?
The Tinkan Island and the rest. Okay. Now, the distance between Ajaokuta to the Tinkan Island, or do we have any other port?
Now, the beautiful thing about where Ajaokuta is situated is that directly behind Ajaokuta steel mill, directly behind them, is the River Niger.
Good.
Which means that we can actually take pellets, if you're not putting them on rail because of the weight, we can actually take steel pellets through the waterways and bring them to Lagos or take them to any part of the country. So when it comes to transportation on situating that particular facility, I will give them kudos for that. But when it comes to working and seeing that facility work, it's a shame. It's gone that far.
So should we situate a port around that place?
Well, there is supposed to be a port in Barrow that was supposed to take care of all this. You talked about that. You talked about that. There's supposed to be a port in Lokoja. Lokoja is not far from.
So that will reduce the distance.
They also have a mini port in Ajaokuta, just behind the same steel mill. I've been there several times. they said there's just the mill is not working. Let's just get there for now.
Well, if the mill is not working, well, maybe we could do PPP. If we can't get our own government to make it work, then let's partner with. But most of the time, when we say PPP, it's always foreign investors that come into the shore. So if we can get...
Remember Dangote at a point wanted to come into that particular business?
Yes, I remember that also, and it's quite unfortunate. But Dangote is not the only one willing, but it's just to make the economy viable, make it conducive for people to look at certain industries and say, I can actually revive this. Ajaokuta State is something that should be earning a whole lot for us, bringing more FX for us. But, well, let's still focus on the ports. If we're able to get this port running, and if we're able to take care of logistics, road networks, rail networks, not today we're having train derail, tracks being vandalized and all that. Let's connect all our rail lines to these ports or close to the ports. Then we can have a boost in our non-oil exports. We can start to export a whole lot of things.
Okay, still talking about the visit. They are still there, they're not back home yet. Now, we also had this deal on ground, and that had to do with migration. This is the part that people are asking direct questions. Repatriation of illegal migrants. The UK is saying, dear Nigeria, thank you very much, but hey, let's sign. Those that are illegal here, they have to go. Agree to take them. Then there is also some school of thought saying that some could be criminals and they want to send them back home. What do you think?
That's a very sensitive situation there. But I also know the federal government, I'm trying to remember there's a kind of initiative that they are partnering with the UK to train people in Nigeria. We could have such partnerships so that people don't really necessarily have to go there. So the thing is, you train them in Nigeria. They can get remote jobs and still live that life they would want to live abroad. The reason why most people travel abroad to live there is to earn what they earn there. So if we can train them here, they get a good job. Even if it's a remote job you want to do, no problem. I think that's one of the ways that we can take care of. But in terms of bringing back criminals, well, it's what the US has been doing. They even gave a $1,000 incentive for self-declaration that, okay, I want to go back and all that. And you even will be given an opportunity, for an application if you want to come, which we both know that that's not going to happen. But the UK, they are going through a whole lot right now. And the reason why is some of the citizens believe that a lot of people, I don't want to call them outsiders, let's just use the term immigrants, have taken over their jobs. And it's become a problem for them there. So someone like Kemi Badenoch, she's a strong believer of taking people who are not illegal immigrants. She has been pushing for that in the house. So you can't blame them. You can't blame them also. There was a time we had Ghana must go, didn't we?
Okay. Let's look at beautiful history and keep going. Now, also on the table is the UK government. This is where people being very, very, not just passionate, but knowing what you want and going for it. They are directly asking for visas for UK businesses in Nigeria. Open visas for UK, improved open visas for UK businesses in Nigeria. So as we get and talk about this nitty-gritty, should we also be looking at Nigerian side asking for direct open visas for Nigerian businesses in the UK?
Well, it's not a bad idea. I remember Trump gave, $100,000 if you want to have a business in the United States.
His gold and platinum cards.
Gold and platinum
cards. Those were in millions.
Yeah, those were in millions, which I don't know how many people have signed up for that. But, that's just Trump. Well, I think we should be, it's not just even giving UK visas to business owners. If you look at the whole visa application thing, there should be some sort of a reform, because why would I pay so much and not get a visa and lose so much?
That's for Nigerians.
For Nigerians.
Now, what about the UK businesses? Because they are looking forward to, hey, let's give us an open, improved business visas for our businesses in your country.
Well, it's not a bad idea.
Okay.
But to what extent? But we need to also look at capital flight.
Okay.
So if they come to Nigeria, the monies that will be invested, the profit, is it going to be domiciled in Nigeria, or is it going to be taken back? Because if you start to give them visas, they might as well bring their own technicians, bring in their whatnot, and have everybody domiciled in Nigeria, and decide not to hire. So I'm not good in all this geopolitics and all that, but we also have to look at how it's going to benefit us first. We need to be selfish about that. But in as much as, yes, we want to do business, because every other country is selfish, have selfish interests, and you can't blame it. Trump is the number one fan when it comes to selfish interests. He thinks about US, and you can't blame him. He has to. That's why he was elected as a president. So we also need to look at how is it going to benefit Nigeria if we give these people visas. Yes, it's a good thing. They would bring all investments. They will bring everything, heavy machinery, technicians, and all that. They will definitely expand the economy. But to what end? What about capital flight?
Okay. Why you worry about capital flight? I think since it's an open market, if Nigeria is going to be the production ground,
Yes, if Nigeria is going to be the production ground, we can just have policies in place as to who and who you get to hire. Maybe 60-40. We could have a 60-40 kind of rule. 60% of Nigerians, 40%. And we could also make sure, like some other countries, maybe the head or maybe the chairman of the board must be a Nigerian, must be domiciled in Nigeria, must be a native of the country. We could have such policies to ensure that certain things are put in place, certain interests are protected, basically.
Okay, Nigerian interests are protected. Then there is also the on the table. There is also the card of transparency when it comes to custom services, both on our side and on their side.
Quite interesting, custom service. Well, our customs, they're actually improving. I will not say it's just, we just need to digitize it. We need less traffic, services running smoothly and on time. And of course, some sort of collaboration between our own and their own.
Collaboration as...
So we can monitor what comes in, what goes out, be able to, prevent certain illegal counterfeit products from coming into the country.
Okay, then we also had on the table security. Security, we just could not run away from that. So it's more of a security assistance from the UK?
Yes, they of course, their naval force is one of the best in the world. So we need some sort of, and security-wise, they are also good. So we need some form of collaboration that will lead to training, training our own personnel, giving them, exchange of ideas, knowledge transfers if possible, so that once we have that interagency collaboration, it will help boost a lot of things. It will help prevent a lot of things, like I said. So it's a win-win for both of us.
Equipment-wise, what about equipment-wise? Access to allowing us to buy, because that's one particular thing. A lot of the very recent modernized high-tech equipment, most nations might not want to sell to
of course,
others.
nobody would sell. They will sell the list to you.
Okay, but at least they should give us something.
Yes, definitely.
Unlike previous administrations where we'll pay and we'll get to see it.
Yeah, like the Tucano jet, but that's not for the other side. But they can also give us something. But definitely they will not give us the latest, but they can sell. It's all, that's part of the reason why the delegates are there. In as much as they are there, to guide the president, they also need to try and negotiate as much as possible, so that when we are coming back, we're smiling. We're not just going there to just go and shake hands and do photo ops. And we are going there to get good business deals. The emphasis on good business deals that will benefit us the most.
Okay. There was this also cry around several quarters on the number of people that went for this particular diplomatic mission. So whose budget did they go on?
1,000 now.
What? Is it a local government election?
No, there was a particular trip the president went for, and it came out on the papers that it was over 1,000 delegates. And of course...
Sponsored by who exactly?
Well, that is left for the administration to know who and who's. But after that, a rule came out also that, for other ministers, and you must seek proper authorization before making these trips, and it was cut short. So I want to believe, or let's focus on what we are going to achieve from this trip and leave the messenger alone. Let's focus on the message. Because if you decide to look at how many people are going, they are not going there for just to go and do photo ops.
Okay.
They are going there for definitely a particular reason. And I believe the president chose each person, each delegate, for a particular reason.
Okay.
And I believe, well, so let's just wait till they come back.
Okay.
We will now know, it is when they come back, it is what they bring back. If they bring back so many things that wow us, we won't even bother whether it's 1,000 or 2,000 delegates that went with him. But it is when they don't bring back anything that we start to look at look at how much we spent, look at how many people that went. They didn't come back with anything. But let's focus on what they are bringing back.
Okay. While we focus on what they will return with, we know for sure the port, that is a good done deal. We're just looking forward to seeing those particular refurbishment, improvements happen. We also know the customs and coal, we want to see things majorly happen. Then also, we want to see when they come back, what exactly did we sign off to them? On that other side, what are we giving for what we are getting? Then yes, moving forward, let's talk things that affect us now. For some directly, for others still directly. Global oil distribution. Now, 12 nations, well, nations as in countries, they are demanding the opening of the Strait of Hormuz route. Foreign ministers of 12 countries have called for the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and an immediate halt on escalations and attacks on oil facilities and ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Now, the demand was made in a joint statement issued after a consultative meeting involving Arab and Islamic nations, reflecting growing concerns over disruptions to global energy supply and maritime security in the region. Countries involved include Qatar, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, and Lebanon, among others, urging de-escalation and protection of vital energy routes. Okay. Now, if we look at this particular issue right now, they are directly seeing missiles fly over, some landing in their territories. They are seeing drones fly over, land in their territories, on both sides. They are also witnessing not just disruption of their own oil movement, but they are seeing bombings of their oil facilities.
Yes, yesterday I showed you the tweet from Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, trying to shift the blame on Israel for bombing one of the oil fields in Iran. And he also accompanied that with a threat of more missiles to follow if Iran decides to attack any oil field or any oil facility in Saudi Arabia, saying that they had no involvement in that, and Saudi Arabia also had no involvement, had no knowing of what Israel was planning to do or what Israel did, but that if any retaliation should follow or should come out from Iran, they would also, that is more escalation. Trump sometimes says things that results in where we are right now. Now, that Strait of Hormuz, is going to, the closure of that place is going to cost billions of dollars for a lot of countries. Japan, I don't know how long the 80,000 barrels Japan is trying to support the economy. It's supposed to last
80,000 or 80 million?
80 million for just 45 days. That's less than 2 months. So which means if the war does not end, they are in for it. So it's costing a whole lot of people money. Let's also remember that part of subsidiary of Aramco in Saudi Arabia was also targeted. So it's costing nations a whole lot of money. And the funny thing is that most of these nations did not start this war, but as a result of, or as by association with United States, they are, what I don't like to use or call collateral damage. That is what is going on right now. A lot of countries are becoming collateral damage, and they are standing up. And that is why, if you notice UK's body language towards United States is not good. At the point, President Trump said that they do not need United Kingdom's help. That why are they coming now to help? And United Kingdom is also looking at the economic impact of this particular war. They are not, everybody is trying to. So it's not as if it's just Israel and US some people said that U.S. wouldn't have gone into this war, that Israel forced their hands going into this war, that it was actually Israel. Well, the thing, and now again, U.S. is withdrawing from NATO. NATO is even coming out to complain that they are lacking funds. UN is also coming out to say that they are facing lack of funds, that it might collapse because U.S. has withdrawn a whole lot of things. So it's just one particular country is causing a whole thing. Now, in all of this should even earn us more FX. But sadly, we are also caught up in this web of, twist.
We are not producing more. If we had the capacity...
We don't even have oil reserves. So it's not even about if we had oil reserves...
We won't feel it. The citizens won't feel it that much.
Yes.
But for the federal government being able to make extra on crude money, we need to produce more.
We need to drill.
Cover, we need to drill more. Now, let's look at... we have the Haifa oil refinery that has been hit. We have the South Pass that has also been hit. Then we have the Ras Laffan, who happens to be the world's largest LNG hub. That field has also been hit. They also have the share gas field that was hit yesterday. So a lot of issues are coming up. And for the 12 nations to come out and say, hey, let's hold on. If you look at some of these nations, directly some of them have not had a direct hit on them.
Yes.
Some of them there too are a bit aligned to Iran. Some there too have also gotten some hits. But the most important thing that they are saying, let's have the Strait of Hormuz open. And we know who is shutting down that Strait of Hormuz. Do you want to take the advantage away from them? They are a sovereign state. Iran is a sovereign state.
Yes, Iran.
And they see that as an advantage in this particular conflict.
Yes.
So if we are telling them to, okay, take your hands off, are we going to tell the other side to, okay, what leverage do you have on the other side?
Well, let's face the fact, because when this war started, I had to do a bit of research and study on Iran. This is not the first time U.S. has had scuffle with Iran. It's in the past. There was a time they took hostage of a particular embassy, and just to infuriate U.S. the more, they released only the blacks, which I think that was the time before Ronald Reagan, the president before Ronald Reagan. I'm trying to remember his name. So he tried as much as possible to negotiate the release and do a whole lot of things. So this particular conflict is not just today; it has started. Even now, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is threatening that if U.S. is towing the parties towing, that all their naval bases they should withdraw, or better still, they should start paying ground rent. That is what UK Prime Minister. So it's a whole lot. And even when Trump came out with the whole thing of the naval forces escorting, forming some form of a shield around the Strait of Hormuz to escort, it's going to. A lot of oil companies said, no, we can't afford that. We can't do that because it's going to cost a whole lot. And let's face it, security-wise, can U.S. actually guarantee these oil companies?
You will have to pay.
And you will have to pay. And there's no telling when Iran is going to stop firing missiles. They will continue to fire these missiles. It's a whole lot of things. And, it's costing. And the annoying thing is that the cost of firing a missile and the cost of the defense mechanism that is stopping that missile is higher than the missile that is being fired itself.
That's for Iranian missiles?
Yes.
Yes. Iranian drones are just a fragment percentage of the U.S. missiles.
It's costing millions, $1 million for each missile that's been stopped. So it's costing U.S. a whole... okay, fine, yes, their defense budget is more than the whole of Africa's budget and all that, but it's costing millions. A war that could have been prevented. And, just like the Ukraine and Russia war, it's still, it's there. And who is going to... Now, the sad part about it, who is going to be the intermediary between a hardened mind like Trump and whoever is on the other end of Iran, and of course, a war-tested veteran country like Israel?
Okay, right now we sue for peace. If we have to say no proliferations to when it comes to nuclear armament. Yes, the world is going that route, and we say no when it comes to that particular proliferation. So please, Iran, declare. Let's get people talking on the table. And also, if it's a change of government, as it is right now, that particular leadership has been decimated for a while.
America has no right to be doing this change of government. What it did with the Maduro thing and all that, you are infringing on someone's sovereignty. You have no business changing anybody's government, changing any leader. It's not your concern. It's their concern. You are infringing. So what happens if someone comes to take Trump out of, not necessarily, but remove him from office? Would America be happy? So they have no business in change of government or whatsoever. It's a sovereign nation. Or maybe because of the success with the Maduro thing, maybe Trump feels that he can, and which is a dangerous part to talk, because if he did it with one particular country, he might want to try it with other countries, and that is how it would start. So he has no business changing any particular government, and we all need to, I think, countries need to stand up for that.
Okay, while we look at peace, look at negotiations, look at people coming to the table and talking things through, which we pray, because the entire globe is feeling it. And a lot of the stories is going to resolve around that. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SBL will be right back. Remember, it's still Salah. In the good mood of Salah, please just go on all social media platforms, all of them, X, Facebook, Twitter, which is still X, TikTok, and follow SOUQ News Television. Like us, drop your comments, and we will communicate with you. Don't go anywhere. It's SBL. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen promises. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen promises. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Yes, welcome back. It's still SBL. My name is Chooks, Jorojas Chooks, and Olumide is still here. We can't but still stay on this particular line of discourse. Now we're looking at supply chain disruptions as it concerns jet fuel. And there has been this shout that shortage is causing issues. Airlines could face cancellations of long-haul flights next month due to an anticipated shortage of jet fuel, raising concerns across the global aviation industry. The warning was highlighted in a report by The Times and shared by Stephen Winford, noting that tightening fuel supplies may disrupt international travel schedules. Now, industry experts say dwindling reserves and ongoing supply chain constraints could impact flights to major global destinations, forcing airlines to adjust routes, reduce frequency, or cancel services if the situation persists. Now, this is the situation as we talk to you today. For those in Nigeria, 1 liter of jet fuel was going for 950 naira to 1,000 naira before this issue started. As we speak now, 1 liter of jet fuel is going for 1,850 between 2,000 naira. Just jet fuel. Now, globally, 1 ton is going for was going for $780 to $850. But right now, 1 metric ton is going for well above $1,600. And who happened to be one of the major producers of jet fuel? The Middle East. What's it called? The US. The US was even importing. Now the Middle East is not producing. A lot of the refineries in the Middle East are not producing. And for those that are even producing, they can't move down to what is happening. Then Dangote, who happens to still be producing, we still now have issues of moving in the first place. He still has to buy crude at the very exorbitant price. What are we looking at? Because if that industry suffers this for the next 1 week, they will ground to a halt.
Well, it brings me back to what I said earlier on. We need to increase jet fuel reserves. Reserve, and storage capacity is one of the major issues we are suffering from. If we had that storage capacity.
Storage for 1 year, storage for 6 months?
Maybe 1 year. 1 year might be a far reach. We can achieve it, but at least 6 months.
Okay, if we're looking at 6 months, let's give an example. The US has this storage capacity of well over 3 months. They have crude storage capacity of well over 6 months.
Good.
Yet, as we speak right now, they are still being hit by a high cost of refined products. So what have they done too?
Good, but let's not forget that if the US want to start drilling and refining today, they can.
Okay.
They have that. You know, and it's quite interesting how they are seeking for other people's crude oil. When they have right under their nose, they have a whole lot. But it's just thinking forward. You know how it is in secondary school, that boy who has sweets, but he won't eat his. He will rather share with you. And when you've exhausted yours, he brings out his own. And stuff. I think that's the way America thinks. They would rather exhaust every other, and when none has, then they. So imagine if we had storage capacity. Then, of course, we need to increase jet refinery. You said it also that Dangote was into it, but of course now crude is another problem. We need to increase the number of players, because a lot of people have also said that this Dangote refinery thing could also spiral into a monopoly. So we need to have more people into it. Otherwise, we would have ticket fares are already going up.
They've gone up already.
They've gone up.
Going up.
So with this, now this is where it would have been so helpful if we had storage capacity. Federal government has storage capacity. They would just open up. And this is one of the ways the federal government can come in times like this, in shocks like this, to level the ground. But because we do not have capacity, storage capacity and all that, of course, we are bound by what happens in the global market. It's almost like we are a slave to whatever happens, and the global market is what is dictating right now. So what can we do to shore up this? What can we do right now? We need to start refining more aviation fuel, whether it's normal fuel or aviation fuel. We need to start drilling. Licenses that have been given, what is happening? If they have not done anything for the past 5 years, I think those licenses should be withdrawn.
Okay.
There should be, and when we are bidding for
licenses for drilling or licenses for refining? For
drilling, let's start with that. Licenses for drilling. And when they are bidding for these licenses, there should be a 5-year plan that should be presented. That, okay, within 5 years, this is what we're achieving. So that we have a blueprint. The federal government should have the blueprint. Okay, in the next 5 years, this is the number of crude production we will have, which will also help in budget planning. Now, moving on to refinery. Refinery, I think right now we've gotten to the state that this refining thing should be less in the hands of the private sector. Let the government just do regulatory oversight. Let's sell off all our refining assets. Or better still, if the state governments can now, if they are willing, if they have the capacity, maybe 2 or 3 states come together and say, let's have a refinery. Let's have a refinery. all well and good. If not, let the private sector handle. Let's have more players. I know there are still more players. I think Boa is coming in. We have other people that are coming in. So if we have, imagine if we have 5 refinery companies, this would not have happened. But, well, we are always praying towards Dangote. And Dangote is a businessman.
Definitely.
For all we know, Dangote can decide to focus on the international market and leave the local market. I mean, the local market is giving him a whole lot of stress. It's a business.
Okay. While Dangote is a business, let's get to what's happening because everybody is feeling it and everybody is shouting. IMF is warning that the rising energy prices could slow global growth. International Monetary Fund has warned that prolonged increases in energy prices could fuel inflation and weaken global economic growth amid ongoing geopolitical tensions. Speaking to the reporters, IMF spokesperson Julie Kosak said disruptions to seaborne oil and natural gas shipments have already pushed crude prices up by more than 50%, raising above $100 per barrel. The fund cautioned that sustained price shocks could strain economics worldwide, increase costs for businesses and households, while complicating efforts by central banks to stabilize inflation and support economic recovery. Now, this particular warning came out barely 24, 48 hours ago, but this particular warning is already a reality.
It's a reality.
It's already a reality. So what exactly is IMF coming to tell us that we've not seen?
What we already know. It's already
is it what we know, what we are living in already?
Well, both. What we are already living in and what we know. Bus fares have gone up, aviation fuel is, which means airfares have also gone up. A lot of things are going up. And I dare say it might go up for a while until whatever.
That for a while is scary.
Yes, for a while it's scary because nobody can predict when this war would end. And until that, we'll just keep on saying for a while. But definitely, I believe it will end soon because it's hurting both nations.
Let's ask specific questions. Okay. Iran nuclear armament. Iran developing an atomic bomb. As we speak right now, do you think that they have that particular project, do you think is still on? Or they still have any one of it? Or they've been bombed away?
I can't say for sure.
You can't say for sure?
I can't say for sure. What I just know is Israel is not taking chances. That's just the truth about it. Once Israel has suspicion that this person might have nuclear capabilities or is trying to acquire some nuclear capabilities, it wants to erase that particular threat.
Okay.
That is what Israel
Do you think it has been erased?
I can't say.
You can't say. Change of government, do you think they can achieve that or they should have achieved that if that is what is on paper, what is on ground that they want to do? If it's change of government, should they not have achieved that by now?
That's what they want to do. But I want, it's not just change of government, it's control, basically, let's face it. I don't know what Israel is after.
What is US after?
I think US is just control. Now they've gotten Maduro out of the way and they've taken that. So next is Iran. Which country will be next?
Okay. Before we start talking about which country will be next, let's look at okay, what are the issues that started this? To what extent has each of these goals that started this conflict have they achieved it, or to what percentage have they achieved it? Or what can we say, okay, good and fine, let's stop at this particular point. Because just like you said, everybody's feeling it, both the aggressor and the bereaved.
And you know, the thing about war is once it starts, it's either one person loses and one person wins. That's how war always pans out.
But right now, everybody's feeling it.
Everybody's feeling it. America is feeling it, whether they like to admit it or not.
Not just the warring parties. The entire globe is feeling it.
The entire globe is feeling it. But let me bring you back to the question I asked earlier. Who is going to mediate? Trump was the one that is mediating between Ukraine and Russia. Who is going to mediate between Trump, Israel, and Iran?
Africa can.
Africa.
Yes, we can step up to the table.
Does Trump want any to...
You never can tell. When it depends on how...
Trump is not listening to UN or NATO.
Yes.
Who could have done that?
Trump is not listening to them, majorly because America has been one of the major contributors to these organizations.
Yes.
And he, on one part, is seeing these organizations and has not been pro-America to some extent. But yes, he's still human. I think he can listen.
So should we send ECOWAS?
Which ECOWAS? The president is in the UK. Our president can reach out. Now, let's talk about things that concern us. Cocoa distribution. Now, African cocoa farmers are seeking a unified pricing model across markets. The president of the Cocoa Farmers Association of Africa, Adeola Adegoke, has called for a harmonized cocoa pricing model across African markets to improve earnings for producers. In an open letter to farmers, Adegoke warned that existing pricing frameworks are failing to deliver meaningful benefits, despite their original aim of stabilizing incomes and protecting producers from market volatility. He noted that farmers continue to face declining income and uncertainty even after a major price rally in 2024, urging policymakers and stakeholders to adopt reforms that ensure fair value distribution across cocoa value chain. Okay. This is one part that really got me thinking. As at this time last year, 2025, cocoa price was a little above $7,000 per ton. But as we speak right now, cocoa price is $3,347.43 per ton. That is, they've lost well over 50-something% of the cost of cocoa per ton.
Yeah.
Africa, West Africa to be precise, are the world's largest producers of the raw cocoa, the primary product, cocoa seed. But we don't get 5% of the entire value chain profit that comes from that particular product. The Farmers Association of Producers are calling, hey, people, let's be wise. Let's come together and agree on how much we want to sell our cocoa. Don't you think this is what we should have done before and just avoid this divide and rule that those ahead have placed within Africa and across Africa for a long time?
It's quite interesting. On annual basis, global cocoa trade is generally in the range of 4 to 5 million tons per year. And it's quite interesting that West Africa dominates these exports. Countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, they account for about 60% of global supply, which makes them the backbone. Nigeria is not even mentioned. In Europe and Asia, we have Netherlands, Germany, Malaysia, and Indonesia, which import large volumes for grinding and re-export. So, I mean, looking at this figure, and you wonder where Nigeria is. But it's a good thing that farmers are coming up now and stepping up to it. This is what should have been done way back. And I think they are not waiting for the government. Nobody is waiting for the federal government to come to their aid. They are saying, let's fix our own problems the local way. So it now depends on how much collaboration and cooperation from the farmers. If they can come together and do this, I think it would benefit and help us. But I'm also looking at value chain, value added chain. It's not just to export cocoa and the rest of it. Let's add value to it. Ghana is there because they produce chocolate. They do other things. So can we add some form of value chain to ours before exporting it? That will bring in more money than what we are projecting. So that's it.
Okay, then what about the pricing itself? If the farmers come together and say, hey, if you want to buy our cocoa, pay us $7,000. And everybody across board in West Africa, from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire to Senegal, say, okay, good and fine. If we want to buy their cocoa, then let's negotiate. Let's have one point of negotiation. Instead of that divide and rule where, okay, good and fine, how much are they buying, selling in Ghana? Okay, Nigeria will now sell lower, then Cote d'Ivoire will sell higher. If we have that agreement across board, just like what what's it called, OPEC and OPEC Plus is doing and has been doing on oil, and if you try going out, they will sanction you. Can we have that also happen when it comes to African-dominated products?
Across Africa?
Yes, across Africa.
Can you really put a peg on the price for each country? Can you really do that?
If they agree, yes, they can.
Yes, but would they want to agree?
That's
because
where
their
the issue is.
Problems varies. What our own problems, insecurity and all that, might not be their own problem, might not be what they are facing.
Yes, but the color of what they make from the money is the same for everybody.
Yes, it's the same. So if we are saying, if I'm producing more than you, and you are putting a price that might not favor me, I would not want to.
Lesser price doesn't favor anybody.
Definitely, it doesn't favor anybody. But, well, if you look at it another way, if we say we should put a price all around,
yes,
all farmers.
It might not be a static price. It might not be. It can be. Okay, we are not going less than $5,000 per ton.
I think
so if you produce a higher grade, because my higher grade is going for $6,000 per ton. If I produce a lower grade, my lower grade is going for $4,800. But if that agreement across board, the farmer will know that, okay, good and fine, I am guaranteed profit planting and harvesting and drying cocoa, or even fermenting it for export. That's primary product. Then we are not, whoever is coming from outside anywhere in Africa to come and buy, if I'm going there, they are not going to sell cheaper for me. Even if I, let me send emissaries underground overnight to go scatter their farms and try to get them against each other, they won't do that.
Now, I think we need to have some form of price board established because for this to actually work, there has to be some form of enforcement all around the country. There has to be some form of, and there has to be cooperation. So now, these people who are enforcing this, is it an association? Does it mean that if I'm not part of that association,
I can't sell?
I can't sell.
Yes.
Does it mean if I'm not part of that association, I don't have to necessarily stick to that rule? So there has to be some form of guideline as to how to be able to achieve this. That, okay, for you to export, you must belong to this particular association. You must have this requirement. You must be registered in this board. And this is what this and this and this is. We could have even some of collaboration with the FCCPC. They could also step into this to ensure. Then also
that's for Nigerian farmers.
Yes, for Nigerian farmers. Okay. Then outside Nigeria, we need some sort of intermediary. So this is where probably the Minister of Agriculture and the rest will have to come in to intercede with other countries. Let's have some form of bilateral relationship and say, okay, fine, let's sit down. We could even have an association that cuts across Africa.
They have that already, but is enforcing their rules that they are having issues with. I'm also thinking, in the light of what you're saying, if there are cocoa boards in Nigeria, and there should also be in other countries, if it's possible, can we have a policy whereby the cocoa boards will buy up the product from the people? So let's say if we say, okay, our cocoa is not going below $4,000 per ton. Good and fine, I'll farm and I'll sell to the cocoa board for 4,000. Cocoa board, if they like, they should go and sell it for 1,000. That's now their own cup of tea.
That's the best idea, because I was looking at a situation whereby if farmers cannot sell, now you're saying we should sell 7,000 per ton, and I cannot sell. Does that mean if I get an offer of 6,000 or 5,000, I should not sell? But if you have a cocoa board that buys it off on them, it takes a whole lot of weight off their shoulders. So I'm rest assured that my 7,000 is 7,000. It's not going less. It's not going. Whatever you decide to now sell it outside the shores of Nigeria, no problem. I think that's good and fine.
Okay. We want to see things work. We want to see Nigeria, Africa, West Africa make profit from their product. And just like you said, we want to see more value addition when it comes to that particular chain of product. Okay. Sometime last 2 weeks, if you remember, a little above 2 weeks ago, we talked about the app hailing services and the drivers saying they are going on strike. Okay. Now, one of the organizations in that particular sector has come out to say, hey, Uber specifically, our drivers they made about 6.1 billion earnings, even with the strike. Now, Uber Technologies Incorporated says its platform supports 6.1 billion in collective annual earnings for drivers in Nigeria, as app-based transport operators continue a strike in Lagos. The industrial action, which began on Monday and entered through Wednesday, has disrupted services across major platforms, including Bolt and InDrive, with drivers logging off apps and reducing ride availability across the city. Now, union representatives say the strike was triggered by rising operational costs, low fees, and poor working conditions, highlighting growing tensions in Lagos' expanding ride-hailing sector and calls for improved compensation structures. Okay. Speak your mind.
Well, a whole lot of factors have negated this particular strike. The major one, which is the big elephant, high fuel prices. We also have vehicle maintenance, we have inflation, and of course, a whole lot of things, and it's sort of decline in people using these ride-hailing services. So these drivers, I shared a story of a friend of mine who now does just weekends. That's what he does. He said during the week, the turnout is always very low, and you waste a whole lot of fuel. You buy fuel, and you end up wasting it. During the week, you probably might not get more than 2 or 3. And it's strategic areas. But weekends, there's an influx because Nigerians like to go out weekends. People just like to go out weekends. You know, those who have, especially the 9 to 5 people who work Monday to Friday and Saturday, it's, you know, they go out. We have weddings, we have parties and all that in a strategic area. So these drivers, they situate themselves in strategic areas and they make quite good money. The take home is, I mean, if you remove fuel and any other cost, what they take home is maybe in the range of 30 to 50,000 naira, which is not that bad. So some of them resulted to weekends. So like I said, fuel price has increased. And if, for instance, I buy fuel of, how much is 10 liters right now? It's over 10,000 naira.
Yeah, for some pump stations are selling for 1,150, some 1,250.
So let's do the math. I mean, I buy fuel around the mainland. Most of my clients, or most of the requests I get is from the island. So I make that journey from the mainland to the island. And hopefully, I'm praying that whatever request I'm getting should be within the island. Now, if I get a request back to the mainland, then I'm burning more fuel. So all of my requests, all of whoever I'm picking must be within the island. So if I make a particular trip with less than 10 liters and I'm seeing 5,000 naira, I'm doing my math. A certain percentage goes back to the ride-hailing service, and I take a certain percentage. And after my own percentage is where I'm going to take out fuel and the rest. So how much am I going back with? 1,000, 2,000 naira? So these are some of the things that they've been looking at. If take-home is not taking you home. But them shutting down the system now, I don't know who's going to feel it more, the ride-hailing service or themselves. Because if you shut down the app, you will not get requests, except for those who have existing customers and retained customers. You know, as a result of, you know, some of these drivers, I also do it sometimes when I order this and the ride is so good, I can get the person's number. So when I have some other this thing, I can always call the person. So if they have those retained customers, all well and good. And of course, we now have the EV coming into the fold. So how are they making it? For lag ride, I think lag ride, it's still, I still tend to see a lot of lag ride vehicles around the place. I think maybe they are not filling or not filling as much as the other ones. So it's a whole lot of things. I don't know how Uber and the rest of them are going to come in and try and solve this, because basically it's factors beyond everyone's control.
Factors beyond everyone's control.
I'm talking about fuel. It's beyond everyone's control. Uber is not going to reduce the price of fuel for you.
Okay.
Uber is also feeling it. They are also feeling it. So are you saying they should put a subsidy for them? I know for dispatch riders, there's an incentive they give them. They give them a target, and when they get that target, there's a bonus they get.
Okay.
I know Uber and the rest of them, we used to have those kind of things before. If they can bring back that, create some sort of incentive that, okay, if you meet a target of 5 people, or you take 5 requests, you get a certain bonus, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 per day. Something like that.
No,
but it has to be, they have to peg it. If you get 5 requests above maybe 10,000, you get 2,000 extra.
Okay. I picked one major thing you dropped there. The competition between the EVs and the combustion engines. That's one major issue that the hailing services should start looking at. But Lagrides, their vehicles are brand new, and they have this partnership with an EV company.
Yes, but it still costs an arm and a leg.
That's for the operators.
Yes, for the
operators. But what about the customers? Is it still costing that much?
Well,
compared to what the Ubers and the in-rides that are using petrol, as in combustion engines. The Lagrides most new Lagrides now are all EVs.
Yes.
So they shouldn't be going through this.
But charging is also not quite cheap.
Charging on customers?
No, charging these vehicles.
Is also, okay.
It's not cheap also.
And when you are charging right now, you're also going to burn diesel and burn. Okay. These are issues beyond some controls, just like he put it, and we want to see ourselves go beyond this. Another sad part of the story is the question mark that is always up there. The discos, what is happening? Discos, you say we are being owed, we are owing you, you are owing us, but discos are shutting down nationwide. What is happening? Questions that needs a whole lot of answers. Businesses need to do well. So discos, you have to do well so that we can also do well. Now let's talk about import economy. Nigeria imports from Europe dropped by 5.36 trillion in 2025. Now this declined by 5.6 trillion in 2025, reflecting a shift in trade pattern towards Asia and the Americas. According to data from the National Bureau of Statistics, the figures show imports from Europe fell from 22.8 trillion in 2024 to 17.44 trillion in 2025, marking a sharp contraction that has significantly altered Nigeria's import composition despite an overall rise in total imports. Analysts say the trend signals changing trade dynamics, with Nigeria diversifying its source of goods and strengthening economic ties with non-European markets amid evolving global supply chain and cost considerations. Do you think China is winning this fight in Africa?
Yes, they are. They are actually winning the fight, because where you have a car costing 20 million, China will give you a car costing 10 million or 5 million naira.
Quality?
Well, quality, yes, to some extent. We have cheaper bikes. We have electric motorbikes that cost less than $1 million to bring in. So that's where China is coming in. China is giving you affordable with still that standard. So that's why that market is shifting towards Asia. And with China now, you can take a prototype to China. There's already a mechanism, there's already everything in place to replicate and build whatever prototype you bring in. They will replicate it in mass production. And you should bring it back to Nigeria. So that's where China is right now. They're coming to Nigeria. They're even stealing some of our ideas, going back, and they bring it. They know that, okay, fine, in this particular part of the country, we like motorbikes. So what did they do? And they know fuel is one of the major things. They went back and they brought in electric motorbikes at cheaper rates. And they brought it into the country. They are replicating cars now. Now they know that for Nigerian roads, we need durable cars. They go back, they bring in this. There's a particular brand of car. We all know that particular car. And the reason why people patronize that car is because the parts are very cheap. So people patronize that car. So China has gotten that idea that, okay, Nigerians, they like durability, they like things that are cheap. Let's give it to them. And that's why we see China right now.
Okay. While we are looking at this import, my thought is also going to export. Some of these things that we are importing, how can we try and find a substitute here or start making them here?
Well, until we stop, what we have now, the least or the nearest we have now is just assembly plants. We need to move from assembly plants. China is one of the major countries that deals with lithium, and we have lithium here. What are we doing about it? We have it in large deposit. Lithium is used for solar and the rest of them, EV and the rest. Now, we have that. Shouldn't we just be looking for how to start manufacturing? And we have automakers. Why are they not looking into that direction? People have always complained that even buying cars in Nigeria is relatively higher than importing. We need to also look at that. How can we get to that level that Nigerians would see Nigerian-made products cheaper to buy than to import?
See Nigerian products cheaper. And see Nigeria in Nigerian-made products. You being a Nigerian and pushing that particular economy. These are conversations we can never run away from this table. But hey, now let's talk about what's happening with our celebration. Nigerian Railway Corporation, they are telling us that, hey, calm down. They are adding extra services ahead of the Eid celebrations. Now, for those that are wondering, Nigerian Railway Corporation has announced additional train services on major routes to accommodate increased passenger traffic during the Eid Fitr celebrations. Now, in a statement on Wednesday, the Chief Public Relations Officer, Callistus, said the move aims to provide safe, reliable, and efficient rail transport throughout the holiday period. The corporation encouraged passengers to plan ahead and take advantage of the expanding service to avoid congestion at stations. Officials noted that the extra trains will operate alongside existing schedules, ensuring that travelers experience minimal delays while maintaining adherence to safety protocols. The initiative underscores the Railway Corporation's commitment to improving nationwide rail accessibility during peak travel periods. This should be a kudos to them, but we want to see this on a regular basis, not just for festivities.
Yes, it's a kudos to them. I know every year towards the Christmas period, our president graciously gives us free train ride. I've benefited from that.
Free train ride?
Free train ride during the Christmas period.
Where did you go to?
Ibadan, from Lagos to Ibadan.
Free?
Free, yes.
Okay.
But you must register online and all that. I benefited from that. Although last year I wasn't sure that was available. But we need more rail infrastructure. We need better ticketing platform, because I've tried sometimes to access that particular platform, and what you see is at a certain particular hour, tickets are booked. Even before the time of the train take, 2 hours, 3 hours before.
Tickets are not available or booked?
Well, they say booked, they tell you it's booked.
Okay, the seats are all taken?
According to that platform,
okay,
which we know it might not be. So there's a racketeering going on there, because even during that free train ride, it was that particular day that I got to even know that, oh, it's actually free. So what they told us was that those that want to pay cash stay on this lane, and those that want to, that have registered.
Have the ticket already?
No, that have registered. There's a code they give you. So right there and there, I had to quickly register, and I was just lucky that the platform was just open for less than 10 minutes before it shut down. So I was lucky to register. But the crowd, for those that wanted to pay, was even more than those that registered online for free.
So just more of the information being available out there.
And we were hearing some of their, I don't know why I'm giving out this information, some of their officials were coming out to tell us that, okay, if you call this number, there's a particular person that will pick you, send him this money, he will give you this. Because what they did was, it was only those who registered online that were allowed into the train. Okay. Those even who had cash to pay were not allowed.
But was the train fully booked? Was it fully?
It wasn't.
The seats were there empty seats?
There's always empty seats from Lagos. The reason why is they pick other people. So they reserve some spaces for others.
To pick people that have also
from
registered.
Ebitometa, they move down to Ikeja and all that. So they pick on. They also pick in Abeokuta. They pick in Ogun State before getting to their final destination. So we need, like I said, we need better ticketing platform. We're not even looking at tourism and intercity travel business when it comes to rail. When we talk about rail, we're always talking about business activities and all. We're not even looking at tourism. When I was in primary school, we did an excursion. We were on the train. We went to a particular place and we came back. We're not looking at tourism. We need to look at that also. But of course, we need to have interconnectivity when it comes to our rail lines. Not that today they open a particular train service and by tomorrow we are hearing it's being derailed or hijacked or that. We need to take care of security. We need to have monitoring, maintenance. I think our problem right now in Nigeria is we always have good ideas. We come up with good initiatives, good infrastructure, but maintenance culture is where we lack. So we need to improve our maintenance culture. Let's have monitoring. Let's monitor our train tracks. And of course, to the people also, let's have a sense of ownership, because vandalism is because we don't have that sense of ownership. Some people just believe that they can just, and some people see these things happen and they don't say anything. So we also need to have that sense of ownership. So that's, well, all I would say for now.
Okay, sense of ownership. It's mine, it's yours. And to everyone out there, is Salah. And in the spirit of Salah, let's take this good behavior going forward.
Yes, definitely.
Both on our side and on the side of the service providers. Now, still talking about the good behavior, in the spirit of the Salah celebrations, Pakistan and the Taliban, they've announced a temporary ceasefire for Eid celebrations. Pakistan and the Afghan Taliban government declared a temporary suspension of military strikes and hostilities from midnight. That was from midnight Wednesday to midnight Monday to mark the Eid Fitr celebrations. The ceasefire, framed as a goodwill gesture, was reportedly requested by brotherly Islamic countries, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey, reflecting diplomatic efforts to ease tensions in the region. Pakistani Information Minister Atullah Tara confirmed the duration and the scope of the pause, emphasizing that it is limited to the holiday period. Observers say the temporary halt could provide a brief window for humanitarian and civilian movement, while both sides maintain readiness for potential hostilities once the Eid period ends. Okay. If we are pausing because we believe that it's the right thing to do to celebrate, why can't we also pause and come to the table and talk?
Well, it's a temporary ceasefire during religious period. It's common for building, it's a confidence building step. It also allows people to move safely, enables humanitarian delivery, reduces immediate violence, and it builds trust. So
after the Salah, we'll not continue our fight?
That's where it sounds strange to me. Why can't, during this ceasefire, let's come to the table
and talk
and resolve some issues, because it takes longer, like I always say, to rebuild than to build. So I mean, during this ceasefire, I believe that they can use it to negotiate and all that. It's peace. If you can pause for peace, I mean, why can't we pause to negotiate so that that peace continues? It's quite interesting.
Yeah, they always say Jojo is always better than war. If this celebration and this particular festive period can make you say, okay, let's take a break, and it's because of you that there's the celebration in the first place, then please, as a religious person that you are observing this, let's also take this time and talk and stop the hostilities. Then let's get to our last story for today. That is one of the things that is hurting us. We can't run away from it. This is where we are. Now, oil distribution, Brent crude and West Texas Intermediary, it's hitting levels that are unprecedented, levels we've not seen in over a decade. The Brent and West Texas Intermediary spread surged to an 11-year high as at yesterday, as the Middle East supply disruption intensified market divergence between global and U.S. crude. Now, for the Brent crude, it rose to 114 per barrel, while the West Texas Intermediary reached 96 per barrel, widening the gap to roughly $18 per barrel. Now, analysts are saying that the divergence reflects heightened geopolitical risk and constrained oil flow from the Gulf region. Market observers warn that sustained tensions in the Strait of Hormuz could prolong the spread, influencing fuel prices, refining margins, and global energy markets, while investors closely watch for potential policy response and shipping disruptions. Before this conflict started, a barrel of Brent was going for between 62 64 to be precise. As we speak right now, it's almost 100%. Same thing for WTI. Then for the all-sweet Bonnie Light, if Brent is going for 114, you can guess, your guess is as good as mine, that is well over. We want to see things stabilize. People will say, yes, we are making money, but making money at what cost?
Well, making money at what cost? It's hurting our people. Well, we can only just hope that this conflict in the Middle East is resolved as quick as possible. Whoever is close to Daddy Trump can, drag him into a room and, talk some realities with him. That it will also hurt his country in as much as he feels he's doing what is right or he's trying to do whatever he thinks he's doing. We can only hope that this is actually resolved, because we don't want to see another economic meltdown, global economic meltdown. It won't be funny.
Definitely it won't be funny. We are feeling it, seriously feeling it. To be precise, salaries worldwide, Nigeria is not increasing. But your living conditions right now is worsening because of this particular conflict. I want to say thank you to everyone that has been part of this production from Monday till Friday. I want to say to all our Muslim brothers, happy Salah celebrations. Take this particular period and embrace peace. And to those in the northern side that are causing trouble and mayhem, please and please, if you are causing trouble in the name of religion, then you definitely are not a faithful, definitely. To all our military men, all our uniformed men, we'll keep praying that God will keep and sustain you and give you peace and also preserve your families. Thank you very much for your service. We will remain eternally grateful. To everyone in the studio, thank you very much. To Gladys, to Praise, to Covenant, then MCR, you guys are the major bomb. Thank you very much. To our guys behind the microphone and also behind the cameras, to Austin, to Gabriel, to Joseph, thank you. To the guys at the Edit Bay, thank you very much. To everyone that has sat on this table, thank you very much. My name is SOUQ. Do have yourself a beautiful celebration and a good weekend.
It's been a pleasure staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget to follow all our social media platforms on SOUQ News TV. Keep watching SOUQ Business. Keep watching SOUQ News TV.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen promises. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
In a world driven by numbers, decisions shape destinies. Every investment tells a story. Every policy shifts the future. Every market move creates opportunity. At SOUQ News Television and the Hour 95.9 FM, we decode the markets, analyze the numbers, and track the forces shaping Africa's growth.
From boardrooms to capital floors, from policy reforms to capital flows, we follow the money and the momentum. Because progress isn't accidental. It is built, measured, reported. SOUQ News Television, where business leads, economies evolve, where development begins.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson. It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
Skincare from the inside out. Because beautiful skin isn't just about what you put on, it's about how you care for your whole body. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Let's talk about something that is seen every day in the clinic. People investing in expensive skincare products, but overlooking one major factor: internal health. The truth is, your skin reflects what's going on inside your body. As a medical personnel, I can tell you that achieving clear, radiant skin starts far beneath the surface. Number one, nutrition matters more than you think. Your skin is your largest organ, and like every organ, it needs the right nutrients to thrive. Eat foods rich in antioxidants like berries, spinach, and green tea to help fight free radical damage. Include omega-3 fatty acids from fish and walnuts to reduce inflammation and keep your skin barrier strong. Limit refined sugars and processed foods, which can trigger acne and accelerate aging through a process called glycation. 2. Hydration is skin deep. When your body is dehydrated, your skin looks dull, dry, and tired. Drink at least 2 to 3 liters of water daily and eat hydrating foods like cucumbers, oranges, and watermelon. Pro tips: if your lips are constantly dry or your inner under eyes are creased, it may be a hydration issue, not just a skincare one. 3. Prioritize quality sleep. While you sleep, your skin goes into repair mode, producing collagen, regenerating cells, and balancing oil levels. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Poor sleep increases cortisol level, which can lead to breakouts, sensitivity, and early aging. 4. Watch your stress levels. High stress equals to high cortisol. Cortisol triggers oil production, inflammation, and skin flare-ups like acne, eczema, and psoriasis. Practice daily stress relief breathing exercises. Short walks, journaling, or digital detoxes can all help calm both mind and skin. 5. Support your gut health, because the gut-skin connection is real. An unhealthy gut can lead to inflammation that shows up on your skin as acne or dullness. Add probiotics. You get your probiotics from your yogurt or supplements, and prebiotics from garlic, onions, and oats to nourish your microbiome. Bonus: skincare products still matter, but they work best on a healthy foundation. Yes, your cleansers, moisturizers, and SPF are important, but they can't fix what poor diet, dehydration, or stress are damaging from the inside. In summary, if you want healthy, glowing skin, treat it like a system, not just a surface. Nourish your body, sleep well, stay hydrated, manage your stress, and then invest in a good skincare routine. Beautiful skin is a lifestyle, not just a product. I'm Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Remember, your skin listens to everything your body tells it. So let's speak health from the inside out.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue, and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
the second speaker, Emeka Anslim, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. Seeing that is going to learn again while others teach. When it comes back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an effective leader. Productive. Produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what?
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grabbed that message that leadership is influence. Yeah. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? I mean, people of us do this a lot. The role of social media. That even as a leader, you need to be conscious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went to that handsome man, uncomfortable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and some will just come and say, I'm the coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to...
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. You know, it was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, you know, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful that I'm here today. You know, this is the best use of my time today.
To realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, is for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. Like, I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eke, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eke. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island. And from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of our life, what we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service. Did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started the marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, the merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always had this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the library to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio, and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, SOUQ, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. I mean, we interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books gets strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there, we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromo Laran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for, we are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with information in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explored a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money or whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, it is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get the people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice. You are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media. We have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had a former Minister of Health, that great woman, Konja Iweala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environment. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, then you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks physical books will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we had some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography, you have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson. It's Ife Yonwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after school opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s, and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize its presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old, dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when SOUQ News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Macaulay Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users they insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans, due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait oh, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen to eh? If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Gaba Road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as finance and strategy director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the word of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyemika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyemika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebodi, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyemika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison and Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amir Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there, and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. Your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyimika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyimika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyemika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the Board of Trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyemika is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyemika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyemika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well, to your best, you know. Mr. Oshika talked about it, to the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, I said be ready to make sacrifices, but mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, you know, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. You know, when you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You know, you have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say three things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts her disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and the importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News. My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, FAMFA Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijama Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson. It's Ife Yonwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Dough has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down, step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruits, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3, get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom Scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity, but it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah, I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6, think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people, creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, Wefi, this POS matter don't pass Joko. Listen go swipe, alerts no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so mona listen, eh? If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Daba Road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Balinde. And in fact, we had it, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse. Mama nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off as a Matthias Catholic primary school on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school living certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalinde, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends. Okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpopo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they'll just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekerandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happen during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left the University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters. Advertising. When I walked into Linters and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I know, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up him. He picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? I said, she no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place, and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. You know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the oddities, odd world. So you were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it. You know, a lot of the time you could never get across. Okay, suddenly mobile phone came onto the scene, and news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay, so now people on their phone could reach out. You could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. because the multiplicity of media sources create problem. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in the media. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number. Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feeling important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay. But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN governor? In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So what, I mean, look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it. But we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay. Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said. Even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalede, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshodi, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank. What was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igoshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buba and Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no. Let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, But these days, I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern, young families, most of if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what their children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No. we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. And they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know, they're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course, I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day. Okay, and then of course, I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay, and if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Sunday Lawson. It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalinde, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalinde and Ikoyi, Obalinde/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Eno Tuk. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home. And everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now, but actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us, people like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary. I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, we were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Five of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, you know, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goody, you know, 2 shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went actually stole the show. at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Sope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo-man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bojalalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahu. So somebody must have gone to him and said, oh, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our own making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radididu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da, 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, you know, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, 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 let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, you know, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well.
Why
that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive. Anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and he wanted us to learn about things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Kubaru every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theater in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theater now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I with due respect, I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state would ask me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call their, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning. By the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station. Or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Adel Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, you should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, you're being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept into Corda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who's being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Larry Coker was the Barbato of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, you know, she thought it was, they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, you know, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. We had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house. He says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, to humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition, My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limits then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people lived well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that I very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen to eh? If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Dava Road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen to eh? If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I don't lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogwefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
In a world driven by numbers, decisions shape destinies. Every investment tells a story. Every policy shifts the future. Every market move creates opportunity. At SOUQ News Television and the OUR 95.9 FM, we decode the markets, analyze the numbers, and track the forces shaping Africa's growth.
From boardrooms to capital floors, from policy reforms to capital flows, we follow the money and the momentum. Because progress isn't accidental, it is built, measured, reported. SOUQ News Television, where business leads, economies evolve, where development begins.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of Just Africa, where we explore the forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that often go unnoticed. Now, today we ask a fundamental question. What is truly, or what will truly build Africa? The Africa we want. Not speeches, not promises, but systems, institutions, and knowledge. The African Union's Agenda 2063 lays out a bold vision, an Africa that is prosperous, well-governed, and driven by its own citizens. But vision without execution, of course, is an illusion. So today we turn to experience, to scholarship, and to leadership forged across decades. Our guest today is a distinguished academic, administrator, and former vice-chancellor of Lagos State University, a man whose journey spans from Lagos on SOUQ, the United States, Canada, and whose career reflects the intersection of education, governance, and national development. Today, we explore not just the story, but what his life reveals about Africa's future. This is Just Africa. We'll be right back. To Just Africa. Now, let me remind you that you should not forget to like, comment, and share. On Just Africa today, we will be talking building Africa's future through knowledge, governance, and institution. And joining here is Professor Abisogun Lee, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, former Vice-Chancellor of Lagos State University, head of Brazilian quarters, the Onikpopo of Popo Aguda. So glad to have you.
Thank you so much. Yes. May I make a correction?
Yes, sir.
Did I hear you say deputy governor?
Former deputy, I corrected myself.
No, I wasn't deputy governor at all. Okay. I was commissioner for 2 times, but never deputy governor.
All right, sir.
But that's okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
All right, so let's start off. You have spanned across a whole intersection. I mean, you can even tell us the history of Nigeria.
Well, I think I can. I can try.
It's quite interesting to have you here today. It's really a pleasure.
So let me begin. You started, you were educated in Lagos itself, from St. Peter's School and Faji to Baptist Academy, to University of Nigeria in SOUQ, then onward to Iowa State University, to the Guelph in Canada. The list is endless. So it's not just educational journey, it's a historical journey for you. So how do this various environment, how did it shape your understanding of Africa and its possibilities?
Thank you very much. I think I must thank the management for inviting me. Your question is very, very interesting. As a young Nigerian traveling in 1966, just before the Civil War started, on scholarship to go and develop master's degree in the United States. As a young man, I was so eager to learn and to bring back the knowledge to come and help back home. And that's what I did. I can tell you, we had opportunities after my PhD degree in 1973, where those people there in the university and in their industry were praising us, extending invitation for us to stay. They even say, what are you going to do? What are you going to do in Africa? What is there to do? But it was our intention and belief that knowledge acquired must be brought back to assist in the development of Nigeria. And that's exactly what I did. But I can assure you, I did my best to learn virtually everything that came across me and I came across, all with the hope that we will come back and use it to develop Nigeria. The reality is different. And the reality was very, very disappointing. When I came back with a PhD in a systems area in animal breeding, a new dimension to that field, I thought we will be able to apply this knowledge through teaching and research and benefit others. But I can tell you that majority of what I posited in that dissertation were never applied. There was no opportunity here to do it. So the very, very first thing then is this. Is there an environment here in Nigeria or in Africa for all these young people who are bringing back fantastic knowledge to operate? Using my own example, I can tell you that in majority of cases, the environment were not conducive. But we thank God we were able to at least have a niche in teaching. I love teaching. I love imparting knowledge to young people. But knowledge without application, I don't think it's a good thing. You have to apply it. You must have an environment where you can apply the knowledge, and then if you continue to do it, you will build a momentum and you will be able to make a change. So, to answer your question, I gathered information, I gathered knowledge, and I can tell you we have knowledge in genetics, in quantitative genetics. Now, Nigeria is having a Minister of Livestock Development. That is where part of what I did will be very, very useful. But how is it being organized? Will the traditional owners of the Nigerian cattle, which we call white Fulani, the white Fulani, the animals cows that you see, they are mainly white in color and so on. Will the traditional owners release them for research? I don't think so. But that is it, to start with your question. Yes.
All right. You mentioned something about reality.
Yes.
Reality. So I want us to pick on that. You witnessed independence.
Yes.
Great optimism.
Yes.
Then, of course, the realities and complexities that followed.
Yes.
What is different? What does it mean? What did Africa mean to you then and now? Is there a difference? Has there been any change?
Yeah. Well, luckily, we are very next to the stadium, the race course, where that Union Jack was lowered and the Nigerian green and white and green flag was raised in 1960. I was there as a young boy on this island. We all had a lot of enthusiasm and joy that we were going to move forward. And I can tell you, Nigeria was going on. It was moving. It was moving. I can say that personally because I experienced it. Until suddenly that civil war came. The coup, the civil war. And what is the fundamental motive? It wasn't patriotism about Nigeria. It was more of sectional and personal interests. If the rulers or those who instigated that coup, those who perpetrated it, if they had focused on unity, I think things would have been very, very different. So you are asking me what changed? At SOUQ, white students who are coming from Canada, from America, from Britain, to study in our universities. That shows you the level and quality of knowledge that were resident in the Nigerian institutions at that time. But over time, because of this rancorous and terrible bitterness amongst the young leaders of Nigeria at that time, because they were all young, they were youths. We find ourselves where we are now. And it looks like the center could not hold, and everybody started looking for their own group interests, tribal interests, and so on. The idea of religion is more recent. In the old Lagos Island, we didn't care whether you are you are a son of an imam or you are a Muslim. Or I attended Quranic school, even though I was I am an Anglican, and I'm a Christian. My parents, my grandparents, but we didn't mind until later that they started introducing these divisive schemes to make sure that Nigerians we're all partitioned into different spheres and groups. So that was what went wrong. If, for Christ's sake, and I think I have to look in the camera, and ask these people. They know themselves, those who are using all these divisive techniques to separate our people, to cordon them into different groups. If you can please allow wisdom and sense and patriotism to reign, Nigerians are all the same. I'm a geneticist, I'm a population geneticist. There is nothing you want to find in a Kaduna community that you cannot find in the Lagos community. We are all the same. If you do a DNA test, you will see that we are almost all related than what they are teaching us to do now. So I'm appealing, let them forget the differences and look at what we can do together. And we should be able to do. The potentials are there. Knowledge is everywhere in Nigeria. If you are looking for beauty, you are looking for knowledge, you are looking for anything, you are looking for resources, we have it. What is different is how we manage all this endowment that the Almighty God has given us.
Thank you very much. So you have spent your life within university as a lecturer, as a vice chancellor, and a lot of people have argued that our universities are still struggling with relevance. Like you rightly said, Nigeria has so many economic challenges. So the question now is, are universities producing just graduates or problem solvers?
Well, at my age, I think we have to just say it as it is for the benefit of this nation. What is going on now is just the production of mainly graduates. Mainly graduates. I don't think the students themselves know what they are doing. I can give you an example. We can even test it. The student in any field, in any area of specialization, must produce what do you call it, a project at the end of 4 years or 5 years. Not many of them, not a significant percentage, can actually defend what they have written in those projects. I know that. I am sorry, but that is the truth. That is the truth. You just find out that some will go to Port Harcourt, just go and pick a relevant topic there and bring it to bring it to Lagos. And the lecturers, because of the quantum, the number of students, the lecturers themselves don't have the time or the interest or the energy to go through each project one by one. There are some, I am sure, who are still dedicated to that fundamental principle of teaching. We want to produce the best, but majority, just, I think what is going on is just quantum. We're just throwing them out. You find a graduate, you ask simple question, they don't even know. Why are you doing literature review in your project? They don't know. If you don't know what literature review really means, the philosophy or the import of it, then what is the project you are doing? So they are just piling those papers because they are requirement for graduation. That is a major flaw. And to compound it, we are increasing the numbers of universities. That is just too much. The elites in society have now turned owning a university into something else. It looks like a competition. I am not trying to denigrate or to play down the philanthropic inclination of these people who use part of their money to start universities. But looking at it now, it looks like it's a racket. It's just everybody, you want to have your own private university. Now, who is going to run it? Where are the lecturers? Who is going to guarantee the quality? Where is the quality assurance? I appreciate my colleagues at the NUC, those professors, those staff who are working day and night to make sure that they maintain qualities in all these universities and make sure that the curricula are good. But I think there's a limit to their efforts. So to come back, that is the thing. There's a big gap now between the way we were trained, the way I was trained at SOUQ, I'm sure at that time at Ife, at Ibadan, at Lagos, at Ahmadu Bello, between that time and now. Now you have so much number and I must say less quality.
So what must fundamentally change for African universities to become engines of development? Because I used to hear that even University College Hospital, UCH Ibadan, the king of Saudi and his family, they come there.
We witnessed that, yes.
So how do we identify the problem? Is it the trainee? Is it the trained? Is it the infrastructure?
I believe it's the infrastructure. And some people are afraid to say it, but it has to be said. The incursion of the khaki men, the military, into the governance of Nigeria, it's a major, it's a significant factor that really affected negatively this normal, natural development that we are talking about. For example, when I started my career as a lecturer too at Ife, there was no closing time. There was no closing time for lecturers. We had we have our offices, we have the lab, and we have our home. Once you close officially in school, about 3:30, 4, you just go for a 1 hour siesta, and you were back. We were back in the lab, or back on the farm. No time. No time. We were just walking and enjoying it until you feel tired, then you go home. Next morning you come. And our students were our friends. But suddenly, I believe in Gowan era or something, they sent all the lecturers home. They locked up the universities. And then suddenly, the lecturers realized that they've just been slaving away because they had no home to go to. We were used to the official quarters, you know. And then when they called the university, they reopened it, lecturers started saying, so there must be, I must spend my time for myself. That's how the whole thing started. But there is still hope. Because really, we have to be hopeful. We have citizens who have energy and talent. Every sector of Nigeria has talent. I have handled thousands of students. You lecture them a very complicated concept, and you will see how when they finally assimilate what you are talking about, the glow, the way, the happiness on their face, and as a teacher too, I would feel very, very happy. So we have talents. Talent is not limited to the East, or to the west. It's everywhere. On the Mambila Plateau, people have knowledge and talent. It's now be very careful to develop this thing with a purpose to serve our nation. I think that's what is lacking.
All right, so before we go to other areas, one of the challenges in the education sector, in our institution, is this incessant strike.
Yes.
First it was IPPRS, then it was arrears that were not paid, increment, this, that. Even the University of Lagos, the teaching staff, threatened to go on strike because they said they were owed January and February salary. Is it the fault, and different administrations have come in to try and mediate with them, and it has not gotten anywhere. And they say when two elephants fight, the grass suffers. The students are suffering. Students have spent 8 years, 10 years instead of 4 to 6 years.
Yes.
What can be the lasting solution to this?
Well, the damage had been done in the past. They're just trying to correct it now. I think what can be done is for parents to understand that their students, not all students can go to university free of charge. It's not possible. And the government cannot alone handle the responsibility of financing these institutions. It must be a joint responsibility or project by the parents, the public sector, the private sector, and government. Everybody. The universities must be granted autonomy. That's what happens in other places. You don't go there and be getting yourself involved in their day-to-day affairs. They want to appoint a new vice chancellor. It becomes the responsibility of the state to be playing underground and so on, all that rubbish. Give them autonomy, but retain the regulatory control. If anything goes wrong, apply the rules. They are not doing that now. The SOUQ, and yes, I have to come back to it because I used to be a member of the SOUQ too. And I remember during my own time as Vice Chancellor, I was able, with the grace of God, I was able to contain all the wahala. I was battling with only student activities at that time, cultists and all that in LASU. But the unions were very, very cooperative. And why? Because I opened the books to them. This is what is happening. If we had peace, we can train, we can earn the small part-time that we're earning, and then we'll be able to look after some of the demands. But the government should be working towards granting autonomy to each university to run the place. And this is the problem with these private universities that I'm saying now. The owners of the university, can they grant autonomy to, who are they going to grant autonomy to? To themselves or to the Vice Chancellor? That is the major problem. But I agree with you, the incessant closures and so on is not conducive to good learning and productivity of the universities. We have to stop them. They are getting ready now. Again, I can see some of them are saying it, but a government that makes promises, you negotiate, and okay, on the basis of this negotiation, they take it in good faith, let's go away, in 3 months we will implement. But you discover that after 1 year, 2 years, government has not done anything. So they're in trouble, they start another negotiation, so they just keep piling it on. I don't know. I don't know how we're going. Education is not easy. It's not cheap. So parents must be willing to play their own part. It's not that, well, they say it's free education, you just continue to produce and leave them there to go to school. No. Know how many you can train. And then another angle to all this matter, not every child is ready or actually, I should say ready to go to university, for university education. They don't all have to be doctors or lawyers. There are so many things depending on the inherent talent of the students. So our secondary school, particularly at the senior secondary school level, a lot of work must still be done there so that they can separate them, at least do an evaluation. This child will be best in arts, this one in non-formal education and so on, which they are not doing. But parents, please, parents, a child that wants to be a footballer, let him be. A child that wants to be a singer, just let him be. Let her be. The important thing is for that child to be developed along the path that God has given him or her talents.
All right, thank you very much for that. We have been discussing Africa's future, building Africa's future through knowledge, governance, and institution with Professor Abishogun Lee. We'll be right back after this break.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Welcome back to Just Africa. We have been discussing building Africa's future through knowledge, governance, and of course, institution with Professor Abishogun Lee, former Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University. Sir, so beyond academia, you have served beyond academia.
Yes.
As chairman of the Economic Planning Board in Lagos State.
Yes.
As chairman of the Civil Service Commission. So you have seen governance from the inside. So, if I may ask, what defines effective governance and institution?
That's a good question. I think plainly, a good government or governance must mean applying the available resources very effectively and efficiently to solve the identified questions, problems of society. And Lagos State has been doing that. I really want to thank those who have been at the affairs right from the creation in 1967. If you have access to documents of the government of Major Bolaji Johnson, those people, I doff my cap. A fresh assignment, the 12 men who started the cabinet with that governor covered everything. They covered everything. And the sincerity and the intention and the energy they put to bear on the issues at hand, I think we have not praised them enough. And then things followed like that. Lagos now is not what we used to talk about. During my own time, when I served as Commissioner for Agric, Commissioner for Education, Commissioner for Health, under the second government of Lagos State, the population was not as large as this. We knew ourselves. Actually, we knew. You can almost go into the next compound and tell Ya Sule, this is going on. But now, there has been this explosive expansion in population of Lagos State. And I'm sure that's the same thing that is happening in other states and in other countries of Africa. The urbanization process, the population growth, I think whether we like it or not, we will have to come back to that idea of population control. We have to manage it. I know that this is not a popular topic, but it has to be addressed. As a population geneticist, as a development enthusiast, I want to see development. If we don't control the growth rate in population, no matter what we are doing, all the other advancements and so on that we say will just be consumed by it. It will appear that we are not doing anything. Population is good if it is a well-structured and educated population. Believe me, if we are at 223 million now in Nigeria, okay, in another, in 2050, they say we will almost be the third largest population in the whole world. Okay, what are we going to do? I think it is the population growth and then the sudden realization that the education, the training was not keeping pace. See what is going on in the northern part of the country. That, to me, as a teacher, I wonder why. Because those guys who are roaming the streets, those kids have talent. It's only that the adults have not put them in the right places where they can develop it. They just allow them to be going like that, and now, once they get to a certain age, they are I believe, I can say it, they are not controllable again. They are free agents, and they will be looking for ways to nurture themselves, to want to be like the guy they see on Lagos streets, wearing jeans and all that. Instead of staying in the rural area, they want to be in Kano city, they want to be in Kaduna, they want to be in Abuja, and they cannot afford it, so they begin to look for ways and means. So all this criminality and copy.
All right, sir. You mentioned something about population control, and I want us to a bit go further.
Yes.
You know, we have not had a census for quite a while. We say we are over 200 million.
Yes.
Some people say we are more than that.
Yes.
I don't even know how many
Yes.
we are. So population control, when you say population, what do you really mean? Do you mean we start to say, oh, each couple should not have more than 2 children?
Like in China?
You know, we have a case of the Almajiris.
Yes.
You know what that is also.
Yes.
What can we do?
Well, without mincing words, because telling the truth, I think is the important thing here. Thank God we are not targeting any particular family or household or lineage. If we don't know how many we are, we do not know how far or how many we will plan for.
Definitely.
So I think that what we need now, because a regular census has not taken place in the last 2 decades or so. And population census exercise must be conducted every decade or so.
Yes.
Yes. So time is ripe for one now. We have to do it and do it right. Not for political purposes and so on. If we do it right, then we know we have a benchmark. And from there, we can begin to plan. You're not going to stop anybody from procreation, but you will position incentives. You give them incentives. If you have 4 children that you can train, this will be the advantages and so on and so on. But if you just have so many, these are the true education. Public enlightenment, seriously, without hiding any ulterior political advantages or disadvantages in that scheme. Say it and convince the people and do it right. If we can do the next one and get it right, I think we are we've cleared one obstacle to the growth of Nigeria and Africa. What is happening here is what is happening everywhere, except that in some other countries, take Rwanda, for example, they have done, they know who they are. But here in Nigeria, all these numbers that we are just banditing around, I have seen so many millions. They just 223, 220 million. Some will even say we are even up to 250 million. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
So we will appeal to the federal government to tackle it. It takes a lot of effort and financial allocation to do a thorough census. And once we can do it right, and we have it, the benchmark, we can then project from it. And census doesn't have to be an episodic event. As children are born, you add on. As people die, you subtract. That should be going on pari passu. I am sure the present government, they must be thinking about it seriously. Looking at the seriousness with which they have handled very, very difficult issues, I think that is the next one that they should tackle. It may appear controversial because some people have been benefiting from this false narrative, because I believe that is false narrative. But if you walk around in Lagos, if you want to know whether we have large population or the population is growing, just draw an imaginary square. You are driving your car, just immediately in that area, draw an imaginary square and quickly count the number of people in that square, whether adults or young ones below age of 15. If the guys, the people below 15 are a majority, it's a growing population. And that's what we are facing now. Nigeria has a growing population, and we don't know how to stop it. It could be a very tremendous advantage, but we must structure the population and guide it, train it. If it is trained, then governance itself becomes easier. A population that is not trained is very difficult to govern. Don't throw any dust there. Don't throw your bottle. Put it in this something. You come back the next day, the container that you put there for this, everything has been stolen with the... So that is it.
Quite interesting. So why do many public institutions fail to deliver? Do you think it's a leadership problem or infrastructure? And what necessary reforms are, what reforms are necessary, to build a strong, enduring institution?
It's a leadership problem. To my mind, the apparent inefficiency of most of the public agencies and so on is due to leadership. And that leadership thing, if you examine it, you will see that the controlling factors are outside the agencies themselves. So I don't know what name we should give to that. I believe, shall we say political? Because I don't know, take NMPC, for Christ's sake. For Christ's sake. Look at all the monies they are not reporting. It cannot be. It cannot be the president. It cannot be the head of the government. I don't know. There's a dilemma. We have problems. But majority of the agencies and institutions are not performing at the optimum. They are not. They are not. So how do you correct that?
Yes.
First of all, get the square peg in the square hole.
Okay.
First of all, the people who are going to man or manage these institutions must be screened to be the best for it. In character, in competence, whatever, but be sure that they are the best for it. If you are not, and we had federal character, federal character, that thing is so good when it was conceived. It is to mean that every part of the country will be there.
Yes.
But I know that it's not working that way. There are many agencies that, for example, we don't have enough or proportionate number of mind states in those states. In Lagos State, people are not properly represented there. But the Federal Character Commission was established to equalize that time to remove that problem. Okay. Now, that in itself has led to some other problems. Because in some areas, you just pick anybody, as long as it's from state A, just dump him on the technical board. And they are talking hydrogen, talking all this technical something, and then NPC knows nothing about it. So, institutions are failing because of leadership, and that leadership may mean the way the boards or the agencies themselves are constituted, and then the regulatory agencies who must sanction, who must oversee what these people are doing. Are they doing it? Take the central bank and our banks. You go to the bank now, you get trash as money. You want to withdraw 50,000. They give you trashy, dirty and smelly pieces of paper. But you go to POS people, or you go to the party people, you will find the best, the mint money there. Who is to blame for that? Is that the bank or those who are regulating the banks? So your question is very germane, and that's throughout Africa. Thank God there are differences. The Nigeria seems to be on the lower rank when you compare. There are other African countries where things are done very, very right. And I have an example. I visited Ghana one time when I was in office. And at the end of the day, I wanted to pay the taxi driver $5 American dollars. But I made a mistake. I gave something higher. I forgot the arrangement we made. I gave him higher. It was when I got back in the night, I was doing my review to know how much I still have to spend, that I realized that I've overpaid him. And I ran quickly to the reception because I knew there was a big hole in my pocket. So, this driver that you people, I said, no, sir, don't worry about it. Your money, tomorrow morning, you will see that the man himself will come here. And that was what happened. By 7 o'clock, this man came and reported himself that the man that I dropped here yesterday overpaid by so much. You see, the integrity of the people, the value that honesty pays. And something that you've done on the village side, will go to the community side, the town, and so on, then it will get to a national level. Values have disappeared now, or they've been diluted. How we are going to get them back, that's the problem. But we have to do it by example.
Thank you very much for that. Now let's look at Nigeria's political structure. You were also involved in political structures as a member of the Unity Party of Nigeria. So if I may ask, what has changed in Nigeria's political and policy landscape since your time?
Well, thank you. Many people don't know it, but I was very, very active in politics. I started in 1959. As soon as I was leaving Baptist Academy, I became interested in Action Group, and I've stayed in that progressive line even till now. Till very, very So, but don't let me disclose where I am, but I am a progressive now. Okay?
Okay.
Now, but at that time, political parties used to have something that we call manifesto. We used to have manifesto.
We still have it today.
Well, manifesto? I don't think so. I don't think so. During the UPN, I could just tell you four strong, all the points. Read this, and then we had a song. And that song is being sung now for another person. Well, that's another way. We like it. Let them use it. That song was composed by Mr. Amuwo. Mr. Amuwo. Mr. Amuwo is dead now. He was the director of music of the Unity Party of Nigeria. Anyway, what am I trying to say? The difference that I have noticed is that there is no manifesto. That's we are committed to govern the Nigerian political space according to this guideline. This is what we want to do. This is what we want to do. And this is how we will approach it. If there is any disruption, there is any disagreement,
yes,
and I had to leave that group,
yes,
I will not go into another political party that has something contrary to mine. This is what is baffling me now. People just move
cross carpet,
and they allow it to happen. You are elected on the basis of Party A, and suddenly you disagree with them. Okay. So find another party that has something similar. But what we see is they just move to anything. They just move. They just move. So I think I must tell you it's a major issue. It's a major issue. I used also to be a general secretary of a political party in this same Lagos State. And that's the way we did it. And then the ownership of the party. How do you fund the party?
Yes.
The way I knew it, from Action Group to that time, sometime, you have to contribute. You have to contribute your own money.
All right, so if I may come up, we have very few minutes to go. One last question. Do you think African youths, because there's been a bit of a disenfranchisement from our youth into politics, so do you think African youths are prepared or not just prepared for leadership?
I am sure that the youths are prepared. The elders are not willing to relent, to relinquish. They are not willing to relinquish. This is my opinion. If you have done very well at a certain age, then you don't need to be there when you are now old. You don't need to be there. You have trained your children. You've trained. When I mean your children, I mean the youths. You have trained them. You should be able to step aside for these young people to go on. If you have a 45-year-old man positions are available in central bank in this, and you still have somebody who is 70, who is 60-something, and they still wants to go there. Then when will your children move up? When are they going to move up? I don't know why it is playing like that, but it's rampant. That's what we see now. That we see. It could be that there is nothing for the seniors to do. If there is nothing, stay in your home. Give advice. Give advice. Don't, at the age of 80, you begin to be competing with the young ones on the field. The youths are ready, but I think the process is not clear. The process is not, and I'm not sure they are having the free hand to follow that path. This is my opinion. I don't know, because what I see, then of course the flip, the other side is that the youth themselves are too much in a hurry. They are too much in a hurry. I take anybody who is a counselor, ordinary counselor. Well, I shouldn't say ordinary. A counselor is a significant position in the organization of society or community. But as soon as they finish the 2 terms, they attach a prefix to their name.
Honorable?
They become honorable. Ha! So, honorable this, honorable that, honorable that. I begin to wonder how is this thing done? They become honorable. So, you serve 1 term, you are honorable. You serve this thing. So they are so much in a hurry. Maybe that's my personal view. I think majority of them should bear just their name, Mrs. So-so-so-so, or Mr. So-so-so-so. All this honorable, just too much. So then you move on to become commissioner, honorable. You become minister, honorable. Well. Maybe if they want to attach some name to themselves.
The position comes with honor, so maybe that's why.
Yes, maybe it's a position.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Abishogun, for your insight. Thank you for joining us on Just Africa today.
Thank you.
Your thoughts.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I think this is a good platform. I want to thank everybody for inviting me to come here and see it. Okay?
Thank you very much.
I have hope that Nigeria will be better.
Yes.
If we all agree, have the intention to make it better.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, today we have listened not just to a man, but to a lifetime of thought, service, and reflection. And one message is clear. Africa's transformation will not be accidental. It will be intentional. It will be disciplined. And it will be driven by those who understand that development is not an event. It's a process. Yes. The question is no longer what Africa can become. But the question is, are we willing to build what we have? We have been discussing Africa's future through knowledge, governance, and institutions with Professor Abishogun, former Commissioner of Lagos State, former Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University, the head of Brazilian quarters, the Onipopo of
Aguda.
Thank you for watching Just Africa. It's been a pleasure. Like I always say, it takes a village to get the show running. Many thanks to everyone who took part and made this successful, starting from Mr. Bayo Laoye down to our cinematographers, those in the control room, the producer, the head of TV, the executive producer, every single person that made this show possible. I want to say thank you. But a bit of thanks is to you watching, listening, liking, and sharing. Until next time, keep up, keep listening to SOUQ News TV and keep watching for Africa. Africa is coming up. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Becky Elijah. I'm from UBA, so keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Esther Ashimi, keep watching SOUQ News.
Johnson Watimle, keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Helen Otongwa. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Okayemi Temiyemi. I am an entertainer. I am representing Egypt, as you can see. So keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Nena Okavi. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Tom Aldo. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Elizabeth from POS Services UBA. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Kelechi Agu. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alerts no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Olumorok, Lishabi, and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Old Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
raise up.
Raise up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumo
I'll
Rock.
try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumo Rock is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungu Akala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from a stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lumpo. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pods serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumo Rock, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here. This is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there are some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunoba and Osioba, was the two top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when the chief died, they buried the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rusty roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house.
so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Fareku for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built as collapsed remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun, wahala ti daamu aye wa mo si Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in a Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mold or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge under it. Oluwa lo mo fun wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abe Okuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abe Okuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock. The main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only 2 people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the 2 people are the paramount ruler of Egba land, that's Alake of Egba land, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egba land will pray for the whole nation. He prayed for Egba unity, also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo Rock that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egba land, the paramount ruler of Egba land, Oshilo of Okiono, Agora of Bagora, and Olowo of Owo. traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they're looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those are made pledges while praying. We usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mundu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alafi, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbu Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbua-Kala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the, just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba call it kokoama. It's for water storage and preservation. Water point, yes, as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba call it Igia Koko. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf away a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egala, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the Nile study Iyalumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Iyalumo. She died at the age of 37 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igu. Orisha Igu. That's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha. Ojubo Obaluaye. Obaluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles is striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they get, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear to go. So that's Ojubo Obaluaye right there. And this Ogun, god of iron, the famous god of iron. So, we have a baobab tree here. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afon-Apunwa. In the northern part, they call it Koka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gyoshi. It Botanica Sadansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. Because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. Wanipo do ikapa, apa okapa, wado ikai Gyoshi, apa okoshi, wado ika konga, konga oshi binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. So that's the Gyoshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord. Those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fair consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fair consultation. The ancient route to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is only means of going up the rock. The ancient route is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
Today, Olumo Rock stands as a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi Festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Arni International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ
Welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. Nigeria and the United Kingdom formalized agreements to strengthen cooperation on migration, border security, trade infrastructure, and business mobility. The Central Bank of Nigeria cut Treasury bills allotment at the March 18 auction, signaling a softer issuance approach. South Africa imposed high import duties on structural steel from China and Thailand, after confirming dumping, the country's trade watchdog reveals. Leading European nations, along with Japan and Canada, issued a joint statement on Thursday, pledging to join efforts to ensure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. President Bola Tinubu highlighted Nigerian heritage sports stars, including Anthony Joshua, Bukayo Saka, and Eberechi Eze, to King Charles III on Wednesday. Stay with us, and we'll be right back. Nigeria and the United Kingdom have formalized a series of agreements to deepen cooperation across migration, border security, trade infrastructure, and business mobility. Key to the engagement were 3 memoranda of understanding and statements of intent covering a migration partnership, joint efforts on organized immigration crime and border security, and the expansion of business visas for UK firms collaborating with Nigerian partners. Officials from both countries described the agreement as pivotal to enhancing economic ties, facilitating investment, and improving regulatory collaboration, reinforcing a shared commitment to sustainable development, security, and increased trade flows between Nigeria and the United Kingdom. Adeola Adegoke, president of the Cocoa Farmers Alliance Association of Africa, has urged the adoption of a harmonized cocoa pricing model across the continent, citing shortcomings in current frameworks that fail to benefit farmers. Speaking on the ongoing struggles in the sector, Adegoke highlighted that cocoa producers continue to face declining incomes and market uncertainties, despite gains seen during the 2024 price boom. No origin countries in Africa are currently immune from this situation, which has dampened the enthusiasm and optimism previously exhibited by farmers. The alliance leader stressed that coordinated pricing strategies are essential to stabilize the cocoa market, ensure fair returns for producers, and safeguard the livelihoods of millions of smallholder farmers across African cocoa-producing nations. The United Kingdom and Nigeria have announced new pathways for creative collaboration during President Bola Tinubu's GCFR state visit to the UK. Both countries unveiled initiatives aimed at strengthening long-term partnerships, building institutional capacity, and supporting sustainability in the creative sector. The move reflects a shared goal of enhancing infrastructure, professional capability, and market access for creative industries. The UK-Nigerian bilateral season, scheduled for 2028, will focus on skills development, artistic collaboration, technology adoption, and structured mobility for creative professionals. Both governments aim to leverage these efforts to boost innovation, employment, and international competitiveness in sectors such as film, music, gaming, and design. Officials said the program represents a shift toward practical long-term value through enhanced technical cooperation and joint industry engagement. The Central Bank of Nigeria reduced its Treasury bills allotment at the primary market auction held on March 18, 2026, signaling a softer issuance stance. The Apex Bank allotted 691.86 billion naira out of the 1.05 trillion offered, despite strong investor demand recorded at the auction. The data showed sustained appetite from investors, reflecting confidence in government securities. Analysts say the move indicates a more cautious approach by the CBN in managing borrowing costs and liquidity within the financial system. By limiting supply, the bank may be aiming to control yields and reduce pressure on interest rates. The decision highlights ongoing efforts to balance market demand with macroeconomic stability objectives. And now thousands of Muslims gathered at the Lagos mainland praying ground to observe Eid prayers, marking the end of Ramadan. Worshippers arrived early in large numbers, filling the venue with prayers, reflections, and messages of unity. The gathering marked the conclusion of the fasting period, with clerics urging continued devotion, charity, and peaceful coexistence beyond Ramadan. The event concluded with prayers for peace, stability, and economic relief across the country. Participants also highlighted the economic realities experienced during the fasting period, noting rising food prices and increased cost of living. Many called for support for vulnerable communities and emphasized the importance of compassion during difficult times.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Abdurrashid Murio Kwala, and I wish the Muslim Ummah Eid Mubarak, and I pray that we are all here next year after the Ramadan to celebrate the Eid again and again. Thank you very much.
Even if you have most of the time, there are people that live on the other side that don't have, and then it's also a medical experience where we don't always have to eat everything. So you see that doctors nowadays recommend intermittent fasting, but the Ramadan fast has actually been doing that for years. So it teaches us how to regulate our health as well, and how to live and be more mindful of other people's circumstances.
I know that prices have gone down because the gifts I gave out, when I bought a bag of rice last year, it was 84,000 naira. This year when I bought it, it was 60,000 naira. Because Ramadan is about sharing. So you spread the love, the joy, and it also makes you feel what people who don't have feel. Because by depriving yourself of food, you know how it feels for those who don't even have the food to eat. So it teaches us, you know, love, kindness, forgiveness, in the discipline, in the period of Ramadan. If you are going to behave in a particular way, when you get to Ramadan, it gives you more tolerance and patience. You persevere more. So, alhamdulillah, Ramadan to Ramadan, we strive to achieve more spiritual fulfillment.
There's a lot of lessons that we used to observe during Ramadan period. During the Ramadan period, we used to be very, very cautious about whatever we do. We're cautious about our mouths, the way we do things. So we concentrate on our daily prayers more often than the one we've been doing. We perform our night vigil, which is normal during Ramadan. So more concentration about prayers during Ramadan.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is to wish all our Muslim brotherhood and sisters all over the world happy Eid al-Fitr.
Family, friends, and well-wishers gathered to celebrate the 55th birthday of Asiwaju Esther Abimbola Taiwo in a day filled with joy, praise, and heartfelt tributes. The event brought together reverends, bishops, and members of the Christian community. It began with an opening prayer, followed by lively praise and worship sessions, with guests using rattles to enhance the musical atmosphere. Several attendees, including the celebrant's sister and church representatives, offered tributes and goodwill messages. The celebration's highlight was the cutting of the birthday cake, joined by her husband, Right Reverend Babatunde Taiwo. The event concluded with thanksgiving, reflecting a life devoted to faith, service, and community impact.
I'm excited that my wife is 55 years old and our marriage is 35 years old this year. And so you can see the miracle God has done. Our children, all our family, friends are all very happy. They are satisfied that we are able to sit down here to mark this remarkable day for her. She has been the rock, the strength of this marriage. And she has always been the prayer warrior. And you can see so many numerous testimonies that has come. You can see the crowd that we have received here. And I believe that God Almighty will continue to bless her, give her long life, give her good health, and continue to pilot the affairs of this family, even to greater heights in Jesus' name. So I wish her everything good for her to survive and to exist forever. I'm so happy. Happy birthday to my wife. I love her.
I'm so excited. And happy. And I want to thank God for His mercies over me. To God be all the glory. Great things He has done for making me to attain the age of 55 and many more years in good health in Jesus' name. After 55, I pray to God Almighty to give me, more resilience to the things of the Lord, and boldness, I know, and more of self-esteem, so that the work of God is amazing. Doing it with God is a wonderful thing, because God has called me, and I want to thank God. Out of numerous people, the Lord has chosen me, and I thank God. And I know that the Lord has chosen me. And for me to bear Esther is not coincidence. My parents gave me Esther, and one of our people today have also said the meaning of Abimbola, and also Amade Tutu, and maybe because I'm Pisces, Amade Tutu, and everything around me has been God's divine favor.
Still to come in the news, Japan may begin stockpiling U.S. oil domestically, Prime Minister Senator Kaichi said during a visit to the United States. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Every time you spend money,
you make a decision, not just about what you buy, but about the kind of economy you want to build. When you support a local business, you help create jobs, you help families earn, you help communities grow. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They reinvest in our neighborhoods. They create opportunity close to home. Before you click buy or choose where to shop, pause and ask, is there a local option? Because strong local businesses mean stronger cities. Stronger cities mean a stronger nation. Support local. Build the future. This message is brought to you in the interest of economic growth and national development.
Welcome back. South Africa has imposed steep import duties on structural steel from China and Thailand after confirming evidence of dumping, according to its trade watchdog. A government notice dated March 19th shows steel imports from China will face tariffs of 74.98%, while similar products from Thailand will attract a 20.32% duty. Officials say the move is aimed at protecting local manufacturers from unfair pricing that undermine domestic production. Analysts note that such measures could stabilize the local steel industry, but may also raise costs for construction and infrastructure projects. The decision reflects broader global efforts to shield domestic industries from competitive pressures in international trade. Mozambique imported around $1 million worth of vehicles daily between January and September 2025, driven by rising consumer demand. The total import bill reached $259.5 million in the first 9 months of the year, including $89.7 million spent in Q3 alone. Analysts say the trend reflects both growing mobility needs and reliance on foreign-made vehicles due to limited domestic production. Vehicle ownership remains concentrated in urban centers such as Maputo, highlighting rapid urbanization and an expanding middle class. Officials note that rising imports could strain trade balances, but also support economic activity in automotive-related services. The data underscores Mozambique's structural dependence on imported vehicles amid broader economic pressures. Gold discounts in India eased this week from near-decade high levels, supported by festive buying and a sharp price correction. Dealers offer discounts of up to $75 per ounce over official domestic prices, inclusive of 6% import duty and 3% sales levy. This is down from last week's $83 discount, the highest since July 2016. In China, premiums also declined as fiscal demand softened, reflecting cautious buying amid global market fluctuations. Analysts say easing discounts and premiums may attract renewed interest from consumers and investors, particularly during festival periods. The trend highlights the interplay between seasonal demand and broader price adjustments in the global gold market. Taiwan's Defense Minister Wellington Koo warned that China poses a growing threat as its military buildup continues without pause. He stressed the need for effective deterrence to ensure any potential attack could carry significant risk for Beijing. Officials say strengthened defense capabilities remains critical amid rising regional tensions. Meanwhile, the U.S. intelligence community assessed that China does not currently plan to invade Taiwan in 2027, suggesting Beijing may seek control through non-military means. Analysts describe the situation as a major global flashpoint, with strategic caution guiding responses from both regional and international actors. China's Commerce Ministry has announced new measures to boost consumption by foreign tourists, including plans to expand visa-free entry to more countries. The policy also aims to improve visa-free transit agreements, making it easier for travelers to explore China during layovers. Officials say the move is part of broader efforts to revive tourism and increase spending. Airlines are being encouraged to offer discounted connecting flights with long stayovers, while local authorities are urged to host more sports events to attract international visitors. Analysts say the strategy could enhance China's global tourism appeal and stimulate economic activity across multiple sectors. And now Japan may begin stockpiling U.S. oil domestically, Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi said during her visit to the United States. The move is aimed at diversifying procurement and strengthening national energy security amid ongoing Middle East supply disruptions and rising global energy prices. Prior to this week's record release from its strategic reserves, Japan held around 470 million barrels, equivalent to 254 days of consumption, in its storage facilities. Officials say the measures will help stabilize domestic energy supplies and reduce vulnerability to international market shocks. Analysts note that bolstering supply stockpiles may provide Japan with greater flexibility to respond to future energy crises. Still to come in the news, Liverpool coach Arne Slot acknowledged that Victor Osimhen's first half injury played a key role in his side's progress to the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Do you know where your money goes each month? Rent, food, transport, subscriptions. Small expenses add up faster than we think. That daily coffee, that impulse purchase. Over time, they can cost thousands. But here's the good news. Financial control starts with awareness. Track your spending. Create a simple budget. Build an emergency fund, even if it starts small. 3 months of savings can protect you from unexpected setbacks. Financial stability doesn't happen by accident. It happens by plan. Track it, plan it, grow it. An informed nation is a financially resilient nation. This is a public service message.
Leading European nations, along with Japan and Canada, issued a joint statement on Thursday pledging to join efforts to ensure safe passage to the Strait of Hormuz. The statement emphasized coordinated measures to stabilize global energy markets amid ongoing Middle East tensions affecting oil shipments. Officials say the initiative aims to reduce risks to maritime traffic and safeguard critical energy infrastructure. Countries involved include Britain, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Japan, and Canada, signaling a broad coalition committed to maintaining security in a vital international shipping route. Analysts say such multilateral cooperation could help curb volatility in oil prices and reassure markets reliant on Middle East energy supplies. Britain's government borrowed significantly more than expected in February, driven by the erratic timing of debt interest payments and rising costs. Public sector net borrowing reached £14.3 billion well above analysts' forecast and marked higher than recent years. Officials say the timing of large debt interest payments was a key factor in the jump, making February's figure unusually high. The rise comes ahead of broader economic pressures, including soaring energy prices linked to geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. January's figures were revised to show a strong surplus, but the February borrowing surge highlights fragility in UK public finances. Analysts warn that higher borrowing costs and inflation may constrain government support for households in the coming months. The European Union will find ways to deliver the promised €90 billion, that is $104.2 billion loan to Ukraine, despite Hungary's continued resistance, Europe Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said on Friday. Speaking after a summit in Brussels, von der Leyen insisted we will deliver one way or the other, following unsuccessful attempts by EU leaders to persuade Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban to lift his blockade, while French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz also commented on the issue.
Let me turn to the €90 billion support loan for Ukraine. A decision was taken by the European Council in December, and there was one condition, the condition that 3 countries would not participate in the loan. That condition has been fulfilled. So let us be clear about where we stand. The loan remains blocked because one leader is not honoring his word. But let me reiterate what I already said in Kyiv. We will deliver one way or the other.
We must not compromise on something that is without precedent. When heads of state and government agree on a decision, it must be honored. Otherwise, it is in some way a collapse of the very meaning of our exchanges. So for me, there is no plan B because plan A must be honored. The credibility of the Council depends on it.
I had the impression that my colleagues, who have been members of this European Council for much longer than I have, are deeply angered by what happened today. It is an act of gross disloyalty within the European Union, the likes of which, according to those who have been here longer than I have, has not occurred in this form before, and I am firmly convinced that this will leave a deep mark.
The loan is considered vital for Ukraine's economic stability amid ongoing conflict, and the EU faces growing pressure to fulfill its financial commitments while managing internal disagreements among member states. Analysts note creative financial mechanisms may be needed to bypass the impasse. President Donald Trump on Thursday urged Japanese Prime Minister Senator Kaichi to step up support amid escalating tensions over the war with Iran and rising oil prices. During a White House meeting, President Trump pressed allies for stronger backing while defending the secrecy of the ongoing actions, referencing Japan's surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. He also praised Japan as a key U.S. ally in East Asia, saying they are stepping up to the plate.
We're going to be speaking about it today. We've had tremendous support and relationship with Japan on everything. And I believe that based on statements that were given to us yesterday, the day before yesterday, having to do with Japan, they are really stepping up to the plate. Yes.
Discussions included strained relations with China and Tokyo's multi-billion-dollar investments in the United States. Analysts say the meeting highlights Washington's push for greater allied involvement in global security and economic stability efforts. And now moving on to sports, President Bola Tinubu referenced prominent sports figures of Nigerian heritage, including Anthony Joshua, British-Nigerian boxer, English footballers of Nigerian descent, Bukayo Saka and Eberechi Eze, to King Charles III at Windsor Castle on Wednesday. He used their achievement to highlight the deep human and cultural ties between Nigeria and the United Kingdom. During the state visit, President Tinubu paid tribute to the contributions of Nigerians and those of Nigerian descent to British society, noting that sport remains one of the most visible expressions of this enduring connection. Officials said the remarks underscore shared history and ongoing collaboration across cultural and social spheres. And our Liverpool coach Arne Slot acknowledged that Victor Osimhen's first-half injury played a key role in his side's progress to the UEFA Champions League quarter-finals. Galatasaray had controlled much of the first leg, but Osimhen's clash with defender Ibrahima Konate in the 10th minute resulted in a forearm fracture that forced him off at half-time. Liverpool capitalized on the setback, overturning a one-goal first-leg deficit with a 4-0 victory at Anfield on Wednesday, advancing 4-1 on aggregate. Analysts note Galatasaray struggled to maintain shape and intensity after losing their most dangerous attacker, allowing Liverpool to dominate the second half. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Nigeria and the United Kingdom formalized agreements to strengthen cooperation on migration, border security, trade, infrastructure, and business mobility. The Central Bank of Nigeria cut Treasury bills allotment at the March 18 auction, signaling a softer issuance approach. South Africa imposed high import duties on structural steel from China and Thailand after confirming dumping, the country's trade watchdog reveals. Leading European nations, along with Japan and Canada, issued a joint statement on Thursday, pledging to join efforts to ensure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And now President Bola Tinubu highlighted Nigerian heritage sports stars, including Anthony Joshua, Bukayo Saka, and Eberechi Eze, to King Charles III on Wednesday. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all social platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Mobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelo Okoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.